Yes, Mr. Baloi.
My Lord, we have prepared a bundle of exhibits for the next couple of witnesses that we will be calling.
Okay.
We just beg leave to hand up the bundle. I've also provided my colleagues with copies.
Thank you.
My Lord, this segment of the evidence will incorporate the firearm that was discovered, as well as the cell phone, how they were dealt with, and we will also touch on the witnesses who attended the scene, as well as ballistic evidence. We will also, during this segment of the evidence, touch on the post-mortem report, and the pathologists will testify in this regard.
Okay.
We have updated the list of exhibits. The new list will start from Exhibit X. We ended on Exhibit W5 on Friday,
Yeah.
which is now on page 3 of the exhibit list, which is number 42. Now, this part of the evidence, my Lord, which is going to occupy us for the next couple of days, will be from Exhibit X1 up to X14, my Lord.
40.
14, 1-4.
1-4, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Right. Now, on that note, the state calls the next witness is Sergeant Masondo. His witness number 98 on the list, Mandla Richmond Masondo.
Okay. You saw the witness in?
Language, English?
English.
Okay. Name and surname, please.
Mandla Richmond Mason.
Any objection in taking the precise oath?
No.
You say that the evidence you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing else but the truth. If so, raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Witness is sworn.
Sergeant Masondo, you are a police officer in the service of the South African Police and attached to the Provincial Taxi Violence Unit, which is part of, is that correct?
That is correct, now.
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi ngisebenzela amaphoyisa futhi ke likuleli thimba elibhekene no dlame lamatekisi.
And the subunit Provincial Organized Crime falls under, or it's the other way around, the Taxi Violence Unit is part of the Provincial Organized.
Objection, my Lord, that's leading it. That evidence has to come from the witness, my Lord.
As a court pleases, just before these are just, you know, formal introductions, but it's fine. You've already indicated that you are attached to the Provincial Taxi Violence Unit. Under which division does it resort?
I'm attached to organized crime but specifically I'm doing taxi violence.
Eh.
Taxi violence unit.
Ngisebenzela ke organized crime kodwa ke kulo hlangothi ke olubhekene nondlame lamatekisi.
Now, how many years service do you have?
I'm 20 years service, my lord.
Neminyaka ke ewu-20 ngisebenza khona lapho.
Now, on the 9th of February 2015, were you on duty?
That is correct, my lord.
Kuyiqiniso ke ukuthi ngeyi-9 zika February 2015 ngangisemsebenzini.
And what type of duties were you performing on the day?
I was doing investigation on my cases.
Ngangenza uphenyo ke kumaqala ami.
Can you perhaps mention the specific case on which you were carrying out investigations?
On that day, I was busy with investigation on Alexander case 501 of 1/2015.
Case, can you repeat it?
501
501,
of 1
yes.
2015.
Ngalelo langa ke icala ke engangibhekene nalo noma engangiyiphenya ke icala lase Alexandra eline number case number 501 of 1 ka 2015.
Now, can you tell the court in your own words what happened on the day?
On that day, while I was in my office, I received an information about my suspect that I was looking for.
Ngalelo langa ke ngathi ngisesehhovisi ngathola ke iningwane noma ke information mayelana nomsolwa engangimbheka noma engangimfuna.
At that time, it was around 4:30 afternoon.
Babu o 4:30 ke emini.
I was together with Constable Dlamini and Constable Female Wiso.
Wiso.
Yes. Wiso.
Nganganye naye ke engisebenza nabo uDlamini kanye noWiso.
Yes.
So the information was given to us or to me about the whereabouts of the suspect.
Ngase ngaziswa ke noma ngitshelwa ukuthi umsolwa loyo ke wayekuphi nendawo.
Then we drove to that address, and then unfortunately the suspect was already left on that place.
Sase sihamba ke siya kuyona leyo ndawo esayitshelwa ngeshwa uma sifika ke safika ke esengekho umsolwa esehambile.
And further information was that he is residing on the side of Malvern, Cleveland.
Sase okunye sekutshelwayo ke futhi ukuthi uhlala ke ngaseMalvern eCleveland.
Yes.
And then we followed on that direction to Malvern. Fortunately, we spotted the suspect walking along the street.
Sase silandela ke lo mkhondo ke ngaseMalvern noma ke eMalvern samthola ke ehamba ke estradini.
He was walking together with his girlfriend.
Ehamba ke naloyo athandana naye.
Just a minute. And who was this suspect?
It was Carlos Mncube.
Loyo msolwa ke kwaku Carlos Mncube.
Yes. Which accused is this? Are you able to recognize him?
Yes, I can recognize him.
Yeah, which one is it?
I think
No,
it's accused.
objection, madam. We're not investigating Cleveland case or Malvern case. It is about false Lawrence. So that information that the state wants to siphon from this witness, insofar as this case, this first Lawrence case is concerned, totally irrelevant.
How do you know that?
My lord,
How do you know that it is totally irrelevant?
this witness, my lord, has said he was investigating Cleveland case.
Yes.
And we are busy here with Foslore's case. So
Yeah.
I don't know how is Cleveland case and Foslore's case linked with this matter.
Let's listen to the witness. I don't know also. Only Mr. Baloyi knows and the witness maybe.
Indeed, my lord, the connection has already been put in record, but the witness will get to that in a while. Yes, which accuse is that?
In fact, I said I was investigating Alexandra 501 of
Yeah.
1/2015.
Ummeli ke lana uma ngabe ke kwimpendulo ufakazi bezonikeza ngayo ke uthe lana ufakazi uthe ukhuluma ngecase yaseMalvin kodwa ufakazi usiyakulungisa ke lokho uthi mina uma ngiqala lana ngithe ngangiphenya icase yase Alexander ewu501/2015.
Yes, which accuse is that?
It's accused 3.
Lo msolo ke ngikhuluma ngaye umsolo wesithathu.
Yes, you may proceed.
We followed because at first we wanted to see where is he residing, because we didn't know. We just saw him walking on the street. We then followed the suspect.
Ngoba ke sasingazi ukuthi ikuphi la ahlala khona sase simlandela ke umsolwa.
As soon as the suspect approached his gate, trying to open the gate, is when then we stopped him.
Uthe uma ke eseseduze noma eseya ke kuyona igate ezoyivula futhi ke sase simisa.
And how were you traveling on the day in question?
I was using a Polo, the state car, the red Polo, Vivo.
Ngangihamba ke ngePolo Vivo ebomvu eyombuso ikuyimoto yombuso.
Is it a marked police vehicle?
No.
Akusiyona ke imoto ephawiwe noma ke ebhaliwe ke ukuthi imoto yamaphoyisa noma yombuso.
Yes.
Upon the approach of the suspect, we introduced ourselves to him.
Sithe ke uma sesiya kuyena ke noma sifika ke kuyena ke sayichaza
That we are police officers.
ukuthi ke siyabaka sihlolo.
We explained the case that we were looking him for.
Sase simchazela ke necala esasimbhekela noma esasimfunela lona.
We further requested him to, after we searched him, obviously, we requested him to show us his room where he stays.
Kuthe ke kamuva kokuthi sesamsesha ke sase simcela ke ukuthi ke asivumeleke ukuthi siye kwikamera noma kwiroom lakhe la ahlala khona.
And what is the address where you found the suspect?
Excuse me, my lord, there is something that I did not get from this witness. However, from the interpreter, it says after we have searched him, we then requested that he should go show us his room.
Yeah, that's the evidence.
Thank you, madam.
The address was Persimmon Street, Malvern. I think room number 81.
Room number 81 at Persimmon Street in Malvern.
Yes.
The suspect agreed to show us the room, and he opened the room together with his girlfriend.
Wase evuma ke ukuthi asitshengiseke ikamera lelo noma iroom lelo ke ahlala kulona yena ke kanye nosisi loyo ke athandana naye.
We further requested to search his room.
Sase futhi ke sicela ukuthi iroom lelo ke siliseshe.
He agreed.
Wavuma.
Just a minute. Yes, you may proceed.
And then we started with the search inside the room.
Sase siqala ke ngokusesha phakathi eroomini.
Constable Dlamini check on top of the wardrobe.
uConstable uDlamini wabheka ke ngaphezulu kwayo iwardrobe.
And he noticed the firearm on top of lying on top of the wardrobe.
Wasebona ke isibhamu esasileli khona lapho ke ngaphezulu kwewardrobe.
Yes, was it in your presence?
Yes, we were together. The room is too small. It was too small.
Ubuza kumshushisi ukuthi kwenzeka lokho khona uthi yebo ngangikhona ke sasindawonye ngoba ke ikamera lelo lincane noma iroom lelo lincane.
Constable Dlamini noticed the firearm. Next to the firearm, there was a small blue box.
Eceleni kwaso ke isibhamu leso kwakunebhokisi elincane eliblue.
He brought the firearm down from the wardrobe.
Wase esihlisa ke isibhamu la esasikhona ke phezulu kwayo iwardrobe.
We asked the accused about the firearm.
Sase ke umsola simbuza ke mayelana nesibhamu leso.
Yes, what he told you may not put in record.
And then we further make the firearm safe.
Muva kokuthi simbuzile ke ngaso isibhamu wase esenza safe. Oh sorry yithina ke abasibeka ke ku safe sasenza safe.
We make the firearm safe by releasing the magazine.
Ukuthi sikhiphe imagazine.
The magazine was full loaded with 15 rounds, live ammunition.
Imagazine leyo ke yayigcwele ke ama rounds awu 15.
And the one ammunition was on the chamber, which makes the total of 16.
Eyodwa ke inhlamvu yona ke yayi kwi chamber uma sezihlangene ke zenza u16.
Just a minute. Now, are you able to explain what type of firearm this was?
Yes, it was a handgun pistol,
Yes.
black in color.
Handgun. Kwakuyi lokho abakubiza ngokuthi i-handgun, i-pistol eyayimnyama ngombala.
Yes, the caliber, the make and model and the caliber.
It's a 9mm Czech Republic Luka, called Luka.
9mm Czech Republic.
Yes.
Uhlobo ke i9mm uma ibizwa ke i-Czech Republic said Luka.
Yeah, it's a Luka, the name.
Yes, and the 15 rounds, the 16 rounds of ammunition that were found, what caliber are they?
We're off 9mm long.
Nawo ke ama rounds noma inhlamvu lezo ke ezatholakala ke zu15 noma zu16 kwakuyi ezi 9mm.
Yes, we proceed.
And then we further check on the box. We opened that blue box and found 12 live ammunition.
Sase sibheka ke nalelo bhokisi ke engithi salithola ke the blue box.
The blue box.
Lela bhokisi eli blue engathi latholakala ke eceleni kwaso isibhamu sathola ke lapho ama rounds awu 12.
The caliber thereof?
The rounds that were in the box were different in calibers.
Lawo ke noma lezo ke inhlamvu lezo ezazi kwibhokisi ke kwakuyinhlamvu ezahlukile kulezo ezatholakala kwisibhamu.
Yes.
Yeah, some were of 9mm long and 9mm short, and the other one I can't remember. It was just a mix of 12.
Kwakuwama rounds ke uthola ukuthi amanye ke awe 9mm ende abayibiza ngokuthi i-long, i-9mm emfishane.
Yes, we proceed.
And then I remember asking Wiso, Constable Wiso, to fetch the exhibit bags from my car.
Khumbula ke ngicela yena ke uConstable Wiso ukuthi ahambe ke aye emotweni ukuthi ayolanda ke izikhwama lezi zobufakazi lokhu kubizwa ukuthi ke ama exhibit bags.
Yes.
And then in the presence of the suspect, we still in the firearms together with the ammunition.
Ekhona ke umsola sasisukuthatha ke lokho siqoqa ke lokho sakuthola lapho isibhamu kanye futhi nezinhlamvu ke sakufaka kusona leso sikhwama leso.
Yes.
I can further state that the suspect couldn't produce the firearm license.
Okunye ke ngachaza ukuthi ke ilicense noma ilicense yaso ke isibhamu umsolo wake akazange akwazi ukuthi ayikhiphe.
It is when then we informed him that we are going to also charge him with the unlawful possession of license.
Ila simtshela khona ke ukuthi usezothweswa ke icala lokuthi ke abeke ngaphandle abe nesibhamu ngaphandle kwelicense.
Just a minute. Yes, we will proceed.
We then proceeded to Cleveland Police Station to open a case of possession of unlicensed firearm.
Sase sihamba ke siya epolice station lase Cleveland la sashovula khona ke icala lokutholakala ngesibhamu ongekho emthethweni noma ngaphandle ke kwamaphepha akuvumelayo.
Yes. And what were the details of that case? The
It was
possession of firearm.
Cleveland case 96 of 2, 2015.
Kwaku Cleveland 96 to 2015.
Yes, we may proceed.
Upon our arrival at the police station, we booked in the firearm in the SAP 13.
Uma sesifika ke khona epolice station sase sibhala ke isibhamu leso ke sibhala incwadi ke ese police station abayibiza ukuthi SAP 13.
And do you remember the SAP 13 number?
I think it was SAP 1386 of 2.
86.
Yes, if I remember correctly.
Uma ngikhumbula kahle ke inamba leyo ke SAP 13 kwaku SAP 1386 of 2
2015.
2015.
Yes.
And then on that process, I also confiscated his cell phone, the suspect's cell phone.
Ukona lokho ke ngase ngithatha ke nayo ke i-cellphone yakhe umsolo.
At which stage was that?
During the arrest of the suspect, I had to confiscate his cell phone.
Nkathi ngimbopha ke umsola kwafaneleke ukuthi i-cellphone yakhe ngiyithathe.
I
Yes.
also,
But at which point? Was it at the address where you found him or at the police station?
that's correct, at the address where I arrested him.
Lokho kwenzeka ke endlini noma erumini lakhe ke la angambophela khona.
Yes.
That cell phone was also sealed on a separate bag.
Nayo ke leyo cellphone nayo ke yathathwa ke yafakwa kusikhwama sobufakazi kodwa ke ingasisona lesi ekwafakwa khona isibhamu kanye nenhlamvu kodwa yayinesikhwama sayo esisodwa noma eseceleni.
Yes.
We proceeded and detained the suspect to Jamestown cells.
Sase siqhubeka ke umsolwa ke siyomgcina ke kuma cells ase Jamestown.
Now the firearm, do you remember if it had serial number?
Oh yes, the serial number was filed off.
Lokho kubizwa ngokuthi serial number ke noma inumber yaso isibhamu kwacinyiwe.
Did you then, after charging the suspect, what happened?
We detained the suspect at Jamestown police cells, and then because this whole process took us until the midnight, until it was 1 o'clock the following day.
Samgcina ke kuma cells ase Jamestown ngoba ke konke ke lokho kwasithatha ke kwazi kwaba ilanga elilandelayo kwazi kwashaya u1 entathakuso.
I forwarded the cell phone to War Room for downloading.
I-cellphone leyo ke ngase ngidlulisela e-war room ukuthi ke benze ukudownloada.
Which war room?
The War Room is at Brixton, the building of Flying Squad.
Ise Brixton i-BVD ke the flying squad.
You say you forwarded the cell phone. How did you forward it?
After receiving or taking it from the suspect, we take it direct to War Room.
Emuva kokuthi ke noma indlela ke sihambisa ngayo emuva kokuthi sithathile ke kuyena umsolwa ithina ke abayihambisayo ke khona lapho e-war room.
But we'll come back to this aspect in a while. Okay. You mentioned there that on the scene you put the firearm as well as the cell phone in two separate exhibit bags.
That is correct, my lord.
Ngishilo ukuthi isibhamu inhlamvu noma isibhamu ke ne-cellphone afakwa ke kuma bags ahlukile.
Do you remember how the exhibit bags were marked?
I cannot remember unless I check the
Angisakhumbuli
statement.
angisakhumbuli ukuthi ama kanjani ke noma kanjani ke lawo exhibit bag ngaphandle kokuthi ngabheka ke istatement sami.
Would you want to refresh your memory from your statement?
That is correct, my lord.
Just want to show you a document. Is that your statement?
That's correct, it's my statement.
Isona ke lesi statement sami.
What is the date on that statement?
It was signed at the back on the 15th of February, 2015.
La ngasemuva ke ilanga la signed ngaso kwakuyi 15 zika February 2015.
Just want to show you another statement. Are you able to identify that statement?
Yes, it's also my statement.
nalesi sesibili ke nesinikezwayo naso ke esami.
And what is the date on that statement?
It was signed on the 11th of February 2015.
So na ke lesi nginikezwa manje ke sasayindwa nge-11 February 2015.
And the time?
The time was the 11:09.
11:09 isikhathi.
Did you depose to the statement yourself, or did you narrate the events to someone who took down the statement?
No, I wrote it myself.
Statement lesami ke sabhala mina.
In which language is the statement?
It's in English.
Futhi ke sibhalwe ngesingisi.
Now, at the time when you made the statement, how was your memory regarding the events of the 9th of February 2015?
My memory was okay.
Ngisakhumbula kahle ke kahle ngangisibhala istatement mayelana nalokho kwenzeka ngalela langa lange-9 February.
Yes. But particularly the one of the 11th of February 2015, how was your memory regarding the incident?
The memory was still fresh. I could remember things.
Kulesi ke sabhala nge-11 ke mara nesehlalo sange-9 ngangisakhumbula izinto ngangisayikhumbula ke noma ke ngangisakhumbula kahle ke.
Did you write down the exhibit back numbers in your statements, especially the one of the 11th of February 2015?
That is correct.
Can you place the exhibit back numbers on record?
Yes. The one for firearm was the exhibit back number FSE 385083.
That's the firearm.
That's for the firearm. Yes.
Bese ke isikhwama isibhamu esasifakwe kusona ke kwaku FSE 385083.
Yes.
And then the one for the cell phone was exhibit back number PA 3000 366 709.
Lana ke kwakufakwe khona ke i-cellphone leso sikhwama ke inamba yakhona kwaku PA 3000 366 709.
Thank you. You mentioned that the firearm was booked in the SAP 13 register 86/2/2015.
That is correct, ma'am.
What is the procedure when a firearm is booked in the SAP 13 register?
The procedure is that we book the firearm to the CSC. It's a Client Service Center, SAP 13 register.
Uma isibhamu sesifakwa ke noma sibhukwa ke khona lapho police station sibhukwa kuloko okubizwa ngokuthi ke CSC i-register yakhona ke SAP 13.
Just want to show you a document which we've marked Exhibit X1.
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 see it.
Can you just identify it for us?
It's a copy of SAP 13 from Cleveland SAPS.
Lena ke omqeda umnikeza yona manje ke icopy yale ncwadi ke siyibiza ukuthi SAP 13 yase Cleveland.
Yes. Can you put the particulars thereof on record?
Yes, it's a SAP 13 register copy with SAP number SAP 13 number 86.
Icopy ke yale ncwadi SAP 13 yase Cleveland ene number ke 86.
The station case Cleveland case number 96 of 2015.
Balwa ke police station Cleveland inumber ke yeqala case 9602/2015.
And then there is 3.1 which describe the exhibit that was handed in.
Bekhona ke u3.1 ochaza ke ukuthi yini eyafakwa noma yini ke leyo eyabhalwa kule ncwadi.
Yes, and what was it?
It's one 9mm black pistol, Czech Republic CZ 75.
Uma chaza
Carl. Luka.
uma sichazwa ke i9mm emnyama ngombala eCzech Republic uCZ 75 Carl Luka.
Plus 28 live rounds or yes. Live rounds.
Kanye
And one empty magazine.
ama rounds ke noma inhlamvu ke eziwu28 kanye futhi ke nemagazine eyodwa engenalutho.
All items are sealed in a forensic bag number FSE.
Konke ke lokho kwafakwa ke kwisikhwama esodwa ke sobufakazi esiwu FSE
385083.
385083.
And then we go to
There is an annexure to Exhibit X1. If you can just the last page, the
last page of Exhibit X1.
yeah the annexure. Can you just identify it for us?
Oh yes, it's an annexure. It's a copy of the OP occurrence book from Charge Office or CSC.
Lana ke icopy lena ke yale ncwadi ke igameko noma incwadi ke yaloko kwenzakalayo abakuthi i-occurrence book.
Was there any entry made regarding the firearm?
That is correct, my lord. There is an entry under OP number 928.
Yeah.
Time is 1:05.
Yes. 1:05 in the
And then-
afternoon or in the morning?
In the midnight.
Lana ke khona ukubhaliwe ke eduze kwa 928 isikhathi ke kwaku 1:05 ekseni noma entathakusa.
That entry, it's written property handed in. Sergeant Masondo from PIU, Provincial Office, handed in property as per SAP 1386 of 2015.
Ubhaliwe ke lapho ukuthi lokho ke ekwandluliswa ke noma okwangeniswa uyena uSergeant Masondo okwa PIU Provincial Office futhi ke nanjengoba kubhaliwe ke kwi-SAP 1386 ka-2015.
Sergeant Masondo, you mentioned that you took the cell phone that was confiscated directly to the war room.
That is correct. I took it to the war room for downloadings.
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi i-cellphone leyo ngase ngiyithatha ke ngihambisela e-war room ukuthi benzeke i-download.
And you mentioned that it was in Brixton.
That is correct.
eBrixton.
Yes. When did you take the cell phone there?
I took the cell phone on I would say the same day, the 10th. Yes.
Ngathi ke ngalelo langa eyi-10 ke yilelo langa engahambisa ngalo i-cellphone.
Yes. And what happened when you got to the war room?
When we got to the war room, we booked this. We hand in the cell phone. They book it on the on their SAP 13 registers, and then we complete the form for the request of what we need to be done on the cell phone.
Masifika lapho ke bona ke bayayibhala ke kwi-SAP 13 yalapho ke e-war room. Kanye futhi ke kuneform ke la ekufanele sibhale khona ukuthi yini leyo esifisa noma esicela ukuthi yenziwe ke kwi-cellphone leyo.
Yes.
And then we complete that form, and then we left the cell phone with them, with the war room.
Sase sibhala ke leyo form leyo i-cellphone sayishiya nabo ke e-war room.
I just want to show you Exhibit W5, in respect of which Sergeant Kosi testified on Friday.
Umshushisi umbonisa ke sorry lokho inkosi ebenikeza ubufakazi ngalo lesihlanu.
Yes.
Can you just identify that exhibit for us?
It's a copy of the SAP 13 from the war room.
Lena ke icopy ye-SAP 13 yakhona ke e-war room magama la esashiya khona ke i-cellphone.
Yes. Can you place the details on record?
SAP 13 number, it's 94/2015. Inumber
ke yale SAP 13 u94 ka-2015.
It's got an OP number 57/2/2015.
Kanye ke ne-OB number ewu-5702 ka-2015.
And then column 2 is got the Cleveland case 96/2/2015 with a charge there under the possession of unlicensed firearm.
Base kubhalwa ke i-police station inumber Cleveland 96/02/2015 kanye ke futhi necala ke alithweswayo ukutholakala nesibhamu ongekho emthethweni kanye ney'nhlamvu.
And then column 3, it's a description of the exhibit that was sent in. It's a one Samsung GTE 2220 black in color. It's got the IME number. Can I mention the IME number?
Yes.
IME number 35-97605-029790. And then it's a Vodacom cell number 072 766 8169.
Lana ke kuyachazwa ke ukuthi yini ke leyo eyashiwa lapho noma esasihambise khona lapho kwakuyi Samsung eyodwa iGTE 3220 emnyama ngombala iIMEI number 35976050299790 kuyi ine number ke yakwa Vodacom ewu 072 766 8169.
How was this cell phone number established?
The cell phone was found from the suspect, and the number was given by the suspect himself.
I-cellphone ke sayithola kuyena umsolwa kanye ke nenumber uyena owasinikeza.
And the email number?
We get the email number by *#006#. Then we will get it without even opening the cell phone. But if there is need, we can open the cell phone at the back, and we'll get the IME number.
*#006# uma ke sesifuna ukuthola i-IMEI number singekho ke isidingo sokuthi ke siye ngasemuva ke kodwa ke uma ngabe sikhona ke siyakwazi ukuthi ngasemuva ke cellphone sivuleke ila esizoyithola khona.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then column 4 is the details of the finder of the exhibit is D. Sergeant Masondo of PIU.
And that is who?
That's myself.
Lana ke column 4 imininingwane yami ke mina ke owakuthola ke lokho Masondo wakwa PIU khuluma ngami ke.
4.2 sees from the suspect. 4.3 the name of the suspect Thokozisi Gadla Mncube.
U4.2 ke ukuthi yatholakala kubani kuyena umsolwa igama lakhe ke umsolwa ke Mthobisi Gadla Mncube.
Date of birth is 1985 of 3 of 4.
Owazalwa ke ngo1985 0304.
4.4 is the signature of Sergeant Masondo.
Kwase kusignda mina ke ku4.4.
And 4.5 is the signature of the receiver from Moru.
U4.5 ke kusayinda lowo ke owamukelayo noma okutholayo ke lokho sikulethile eWar Room.
And then the big number PA 3000366
Egcineni ke inamba ke yayo ke ibag leyo eku PA 3000366
Column 5 explain the exhibit handed out for downloadings.
Bese kuthi ke ku5 ke kuchazwa ke ubufakazi lobo ke obakhishwa ke ukuthi kuzokwenziwa ke i-download.
5.1 it's one cell phone and then the signature of the receiver.
Bese kuthi ku5.1 kuyachazwa ukuthi i-cell phone eyodwa kanye ke bese kusignda loyo ke oyitholayo.
I think is that.
Cabanga ukuthi yilokho.
Now, you say in column 5, a request was made or the exhibit was handed in for downloading. How was that request made?
When we do that request, as I said, we complete, there is a form we complete where you tick whatever information you need from your cell phone.
Bese ngishilo ke ukuthi uma senza isicelo ke sokudownloada kunale form ke esibhalayo ke yila khona ke usho khona ukuthi yipi ke information noma ke yini okudingayo kuyona ke i-cell phone leyo.
I just want to show you exhibit W4.
Yes.
Yeah, start off.
W4. Yes.
Can you just identify it?
Yes, that's a form that we complete when we request for cell phone downloadings.
Lana ke yona ke le form engikhuluma ngayo esithi siyayibhala ke noma siyayigcwalisa ke uma senza isicelo se-download.
Now, who completed that form, exhibit W4?
The form is completed by two persons, the requester and the receiver.
Ababili ke abantu ababhala ke kuyona le form yilo owenza isicelo kanye nalona otholayo.
Yeah, who was the requester?
And the requester was Sergeant Masondo.
Owayenza isicelo ke kwaku Sergeant Masondo.
Yes, and who's that?
That's me.
Imina loyo.
Yes.
And then the other part will be completed by the receiver.
Yes.
Kulunye kuhlangothi kuzobhala ke lo ekuyena okutholayo noma owamukelayo.
Yeah,
And what did you request?
I requested phone book info contacts.
Engacela ama imininingwane ke ye phone book ama contacts,
Messages
ama message
and images.
kanye futhi nezithombe.
Yes. What other particulars appear on the form?
It's a IME number of the cell phone. On top there is cell phone number
Ngaphezulu ke lapha kule form kubhalwe i-cell phone number
072 766 8169.
072-766-8169.
And the IME number of the phone is 35 97605 02979 02.
Kanye ne-IMEI number EU3597
And the make,
605-02-97902.
the make and the model of the phone is Samsung model GTE 220.
Nokuthi ke i-Samsung i-GT E2220
Service provider Vodacom.
yakwa Vodacom.
Yes. And the date for the request?
Date for the request is the 2015 of 2 on the 10th.
Kwakunge isicelo lesi ke senziwa ngeyi-10 zika February 2015.
And then the reason for cell phone downloading was to place a suspect on the scene and get his accomplices.
Nesicelo noma imbangela noma isizathu sokuthi kucelweke leyo download leyo kwakuwukuthi ke umsolwa ke athathweke abekweke noma ke ahlanganisweke nendawo yokwenzeka kwesigameko kanye futhi nalabo ayesebenzisana nabo noma aye kanye nabo lapho.
Yes, on the number 5 is analysis required. It's common contacts, linkage with provincial main phone book database.
Okay. Nokuthi ke ingabe yini uhlaziyo liyadingeka yini? Okay.
Common contacts.
Kanye futhi nalabo ke ahlanganye noma ke axhumana nabo ke nokuhlanganiswa futhi ke ku phone book I database yaso isifunda.
And the cell phone is for the suspect Mtobisi Gadla Mncube, with date of birth 1985 of 3.
Nokuthi ke imininingwane yakhe ke umsolwa noma ke umnikazi wephone Mthobisi Gadla Mncube wazalwa ngo-1985 0304.
And did you sign the request?
That is correct, my lord. I signed the request.
Isicelo lesi ke ngasayina
Date?
2015 of 2 on the 10th.
ngeyi-10 zika February 2015.
Thank you. If we can then get back to the firearm that you mentioned was handed in the SAP 13 store. But what is the process when a firearm is handed in at the client service center, as you've explained?
Yes.
What happened after that process?
Client service center, they will book in the firearm in their register. And then the CSC register is the register for every exhibit that is coming in.
Okuzokwenzeka ke uma isibhamu sesifakwa ke khona lapho CSC bona ke bazobhala ke kwi-register yabo futhi ke leyo register leyo i-register yabo bonke ubufakazi obungenayo noma abakutholayo.
And then there is also a register for firearms specifically.
Ikhona ke ne-register ke eyenzelwe ibhamu nje kuphela.
Yes.
And that register is only available during the day.
Futhi ke leyo register leyo itholakala emini kuphela.
And then the firearm personnel will go to the CSC when he knocks on duty. Will go to the CSC, and when he see that there is an exhibit of a firearm, he will then transfer that exhibit to his register, specifically for firearms.
Okwenzekayo ke asithi ke ngelanga elandelayo ke laba abasebenza ngeibhamu uma esengena ke emsebenzini uzohamba ke aye kule register le yake ye-CSC. Uma ethola ukuthi kunobufakazi ke obhaliwe lapha okuyisibhamu uzokuthatha ke lo bufakazi lobo asemdlulisela ke kule register eyenzelwe ibhamu kuphela.
Just want to show you exhibit X2.
Yes.
Can you just identify exhibit X2?
Yes. It's a copy of the SAP 13 where the firearm was transferred to.
Lana ke ikhophi ye-SAP 13 lena ke la isibhamu esandluliselwa khona.
Yes, what type of register is that?
It's a firearm register,
Lena ke i-register yeyibhamu
SAP 13.
kuyi-SAP 13.
It's got a SAP 13 number 67.
Ine-SAP 13 number ke eku-67.
And then it's got a OP number,
Inumber ke ye-OB.
and it's got a previous SAP 13 register.
Kanye futhi ke ne-register leyo ke eyangaphambilini.
It's just for completeness sake, just put that OB register entry number on record.
OP number 928 of 2015.
Le number ke ye-OB u-928-2015.
And then the SAP 13 number of the previous register is 86/2015.
Futhi ke i-register ke eyangaphambili ke inumber yayo u-86 ka-2015.
Just a minute. Yes.
And then column 2, it's a CAS station and the CAS Cleveland CAS 96 of 2015. Possession of unlicensed firearm.
Column 2 ke yena ke lachazwa khona isiteshi Cleveland case number u-96 of 2015 icala ke ukutholakala ngokungekho emthethweni noma ke nesibhamu esingena-license.
And then column 3, it's a description of the exhibit firearm 1x 9mm black pistol CZ75 Col Luca, serial number 5 off with 28 live rounds and one empty magazine.
Lana ke column 3 lachazwa khona isibhamu ukuthi isibhamu esinjani simnyama i-9mm i-C275 i-Col Luca nokuthi ke i-serial number ke kwatholakala ukuthi ayibonakali noma isusiwe ke ama-live rounds awu-28 kanye nemagazine eyodwa engenalutho.
All items are sealed in the forensic bag with serial number 385083.
Futhi ke nokuthi konke ke kwaqoqwa ke ndawonye kwase kufakwa ke kule forensic bag eno-FSE 385083.
Yes.
Column 4, the finder is Sergeant Masondo from PIU PHO, found in possession of the suspect.
Bhala imininingwane yami ke ukuthi mina ke wasithola ngisithola kuyena ke umsolwa ngibuya ke e-PIU e-PHO sitholakala kuyena umsolwa.
And just for record purposes, who is that?
It's Towisi Mnube,
Yes, but who's the finder?
or the finder Sergeant Masondo.
Owayithola ke uSergeant Masondo.
Yes, who's that? Just for record purposes.
That's me, myself.
Mina loyo.
Yes.
And then, yes, 4.3 is the name of the person where the firearm was found.
Ku 4.3 ke kubhalwe
Towisi Mnube.
sorry. Kubhalwe ke imininingwane yaloyo esatholakala kuyena uMthobisi Ncube.
He sent it in by Sergeant Masondo and signed by Captain Mshwana.
Thola noma ke safakwa uyena uSergeant Masondo kwase kusayinda uSergeant Mshwana.
I think it's a captain.
Sorry.
Captain
I said
Mshwana.
Sergeant. Oh, sorry. Captain Mshwana.
Yes.
In column 5, there is a date where Sergeant Masondo booked out item 3.123
Ku column 5 ke kune date la khona ke uSergeant Masondo ke wase ke eyobhuka out noma eyokhipha ke eyokhipha lokho.
Yes.
Yeah.
The date?
This copy it's and the copy, I mean the date is written 2015 of 2/10.
It turns of February 2015.
Yes. You may proceed. What happened after you've booked out the exhibit?
We book out the exhibit and then go to prepare the request to ballistic. After that, we forward the exhibit to ballistic for examination.
Sorry. Mase ngikhiphile ke ilabo kwenza khona ke isicelo ukuthi kudluliselwe ke kulabo abasebenza ngeibhamu kubizwa ngokuthi ke ama ballistic.
And how did you forward it?
I book out the exhibit from the SAP 13. I went to the office, we prepare the documents, and then on the 12th, it's when then we forwarded the exhibit to ballistic.
Okwenzeka ke ngayikhipha ke ngase ngiye office la ngiyolungisa khona ke isicelo ngey12 ke zika February ila khona ke sase sihambisa ke noma sikudlulisela kuba ama ballistic noma labo abaphenya ibhamu.
Yes, but how was it forwarded to ballistics?
I drove it myself, I took it there myself.
Mina ke engashayela ke ngaya khona lapho ke kulabo abasebenza ngama ballistic noma abasebenza ngokuphenya ibhamu.
Yes, and what happened at ballistics?
At ballistic, we also book it in with also a request form that we complete, which states the description of the exhibit that we are handing in.
Uma
for
sesifika
ballistic.
sorry uma sesifika lapho ke ku ballistic nala khona ke sikhona ke isicelo senzayo siyachaza ke futhi inhlobo ke yobufakazi lobo esibuletha yona.
Yes. Which it was for examination purpose.
Ukuthi ke siphenywe ke noma sibhekwe ke siphenywe.
Yes.
And then they propose also to link the exhibit with any previous exhibit that appeared on that firearm. Like the...
Yes, no, it's fine. Now, when we hand up that exhibit at the ballistics section of the forensic science laboratory, what happens? Do you get any proof?
Yes, we do get the receipt.
Ikhona ke into etshengisayo ke noma ke ekuyisikhombisa ukuthi ngempela isibhamu sasihambisa ke lapho ikhona receipt etholakalayo.
I just want to show you exhibit X3.
It's in here.
Can you just identify that? Yes.
Yes, I can identify it a lot.
Yes, can you just place the particulars on record?
It's written, it's a copy of an acknowledgement of receipt. The station is Cleveland. The case number 96 of 2/2015. Evidence seal number FSE 385083. It's written because it was not the only exhibit handed in. There is also another sealback number.
Lana ke uchaza ke noma ukhombisa ke ukuthi impela ke kwatholakala lokho police station Cleveland case number 9602/2015 seal number ke noma ke inumber ke yesikhwama leso ubufakazi ku FSE 385083 ngoba ke kwakungasiyona yodwa ke khona nenye number futhi ke.
Yes.
Which is PA 60017 55815.
Leyo number uPA 60017 55815.
Yes. And what is the date of the acknowledgement of receipt?
The date is the 12th February 2015.
idate-ke yi-12 February 2015.
Now, after handing in that exhibit, did you have anything to do with the, or did you receive the results?
Yes, after we've done with the request, we get the result back.
Yebo, emuva kokuthi-ke isicelo lesi sisenzileke imiphumela siyayithola.
Thank you. And do you know what happens to the firearm?
Yes, the firearm was linked on.
Yeah, it's fine. You don't need to mention that.
Okay.
What happened to that firearm?
We left it there. We only received the reports of the firearm.
Okwenzekayo isibhamu ukuthi sishiya khona lapho sithola nje kuphela-ke umbiko noma imiphumela ngaso isibhamu leso uma sebelenzile-ke ucwaningo lwabo.
Once they are satisfied with the firearm, they will then take it back to the police station.
Uma sebenemeke noma sebenelisekile-ke ngaso-ke isibhamu leso-ke bazosibuyisela khona e-police station.
Is there anything else that you wish to add?
No.
No, it's
Okay,
almost time for
yes.
the short adjournment. Can you take the short adjournment at this stage?
Yes.
Please. Just one last aspect. Sergeant Masongo. When you arrested the suspect that you identified as accused number 3, did you perhaps notice his appearance?
That's correct, my lord.
Ukuthi ke ngimbopha ngambheka yini ukuthi ukanjani ke noma ubukeka kanjani yebo kunjalo.
Yes. What did you notice?
The first thing that I've noticed, he was on a sling.
Was he injured?
Yes, he was injured in a blue sling.
Okokuqala engaqaphela ukuthi wayelimele ke ingalo ke bambe kanjena noma eneswing.
Yes, and then he was on dreadlocks.
Enama dreadlocks.
Thank you, my lord. That is fine.
Yes, I'm finished. Hello?
No questions.
No
for
questions,
this
okay,
witness.
Mr. Minister?
I do have questions.
Hello? Yes, yes, yes. May be seated, unless you're as fit as I am.
I'm still okay, my lord.
Oh, okay, fine.
Thank you, my lord. Good morning, sir.
Good day, advocate.
You said good day. Thank you. Thank you. There's an exhibit that I quickly want us to touch base on. Please, Unfortunately, I indicated to my colleague that it did not furnish me with all the exhibits, so I was using my colleague's exhibits. But nonetheless, no, this is not. Thank you. The reason why I want us to start with this exhibit is because I don't want to forget the question that I had in mind. I think it's exhibit X3. Let's go to exhibit X3.
Yes.
Yes. I see there's an acknowledgement of receipt, but in paragraph number 1, where you say one pistol black in color, forensic bag seal number FSE 385083, one magazine and 28 rounds, and forensic bag number PA 600 1755815. Compare this to lab number 26766 of 2015. Are you with me? Are you with me?
Yes, my lord.
Ngiyabona la ufunda khona yebo.
Thank you. Now, I understand you in your evidence in chief that first seal bag number written FSE 385083 was the seal bag in which the firearm was put in, not so.
That is correct.
Lena ke ekuno number FSE 385083 yilabo faka khona isibhamu yebo.
And there's also the other one, other seal bag, wherein, I just want to be specific with you, that's forensic seal bag number PA 300 366709. It's the seal bag in which the cell phone was put in, not so?
That is correct, my lord.
Kanti ke uPA yena ke 3000 ne? 3000 yena ke ile kwafake yona I cell phone.
Let's go back a bit there with regard to the items that you found. You said you found a firearm. You also found a green box. And there was also an empty magazine, not so.
That is correct.
Ngishilo-ke ukuthi kwatholakala i-cellphone noma kwatholakala i-spam, ibhokisi e-blue kanye futhi nemagazine eyayingenalutho.
No.
How did you package those exhibits? The firearm, the empty magazine, and the green box that you found.
Okay. The firearm,
Yes.
you release the magazine. The magazine become an one item,
Or a separate item.
a separate
Thank you,
item,
sir.
but
Yes.
it's one, it belongs to the firearm.
Yes.
The magazine has got 15 loaded live ammunition,
Yes.
and then one was on the chamber,
Yes.
and then the box is also live ammunition.
Yes.
That's a one item, it goes together in one bag.
Lana-ke i-spam uma usukhipha-ke imagazine, manje-ke sekuyi-spam imagazine, kodwa-ke leyo magazine leyo imagazine ehamba nalesiya spam inama-rounds-ke awu-15, kube nale eyodwa-ke ingaphakathi-ke kwi-spam noma-ke kwi-chamber, kube kusiba ne-box, nayo-ke i-box inama-rounds ayo.
Now the question is, how did you package those exhibits? Those which you have just mentioned now, how did you package them?
Put it in one seal bag together and seal it. It's
Okay.
a firearm,
Okay.
goes with magazine and the live ammunition. Put it inside.
Konke-ke lokhu siyakuhlanganisa-ke i-spam, magazine, i-ammunition, ufaka kwi-bag eyodwa.
And that would have been forensic bag number FSL 385083.
That is correct, my lord.
Ile na number-ke ewu-FSE 385083.
Now in paragraph 1, there's that FSE forensic bag number 35083 and another forensic bag, which is PA 600 1755815. How does that bag feature in the exhibits which you collected?
It does feature. If you can look, it's also compared to this lap number. There's a lap number there. But to go straight to the seal bag, PA 600 175 it was the exhibit collected from the mortuary because they were sent together on the Alexandra case to be compared with the exhibit we found under Cleveland case.
Kunale number-ke ngibuza ngayo ewu-PA 600 175 5815. Lana-ke ngoba kushiwo ukuthi qhathanisa-ke nale lab number ngoba khona-ke lokho okwakubuya emoshwari-ke ekwakuzohlanganiswa nale case lena-ke yase-Cleveland. Uma ukhumbula kahle-ke ngikhulumile ngaphambili nge-case yase-Alexandra.
Well, as I understand you, this PA 600 17558
It's a separate exhibit.
it was a separate exhibit.
That's correct.
Okay, but they were sent to the forensic science
To be
laboratory.
compared together.
They were sent together with
correct.
those that were found allegedly in possession of accused number 3.
That is correct.
Lokho-ke kwazohlanganiswa-ke konke kuthunyelwe-ke ukuthi bahambe-ke bayocwaninga noma bayobheka-ke ngoba-ke lona-ke obunye nje ubufakazi.
Thank you, sir. Now, you spend almost 25% of your time while testifying, hammering on the fact that you found the exhibits. Upon you finding them, you put them in this forensic bag, and there was an elaborate chain with regard to how they were handled, not so?
That is correct.
Ngishilo-ke ukuthola kwami ngase ngichaza yonke-ke inqubo elandela noma okwenziwayo ukuthi kuhanjiswe bona lobufakazi.
You know, it is not in dispute that you put them in these forensic bags and then you sealed them accordingly. That's not in dispute. But what I want to know from you is, why is it important that items that are found at the scene should be placed in forensic sealed bag, and those bags should be properly sealed?
Why is it important?
Why is it so imperative? Yes, important means why is it so imperative? Why is it so necessary? Those are just synonym of the word important, yes.
It is necessary,
Yes.
of course, to make sure that the exhibit does not get tampered. Yes. The way it's found, it must remain the way it is.
Kuyidinga impela ke ukuthi uma kutholakala ubufakazi ke kwindawo yesigameko ukuthi ke kufakwe ke kule ikhwama ezikhuluma ngazo zasemaphoyiseni zobufakazi esithi ke ama exhibit back ukuthi lokho ke okutholakele kube kusona leso simo leso ekutholakele kunjalo kungabikho ke ukuthi kuphazamiseke noma kuphazanyiswe na.
Is there any other reason?
Not that I think of.
Asikho esinye isizathu engicabanga ngaso.
Thank you. Now, in your 20-year service or in your 20-year experience, that is how exhibits have been treated when they are found at the scene. So,
That is correct.
or that you have been treating them when you find them at the scene. So,
That's how I do it.
Kule minyaka ke u20 ngisemaphoyiseni indlela ke engenza ngayo ke mina uma ngithola ubufakazi.
thank you. Now, you've also made mention of the fact that the type of a firearm that you found allegedly where you say accused number 3 was staying is a Czech Republic CZ 75 9mm firearm or pistol. It's a pistol, not so. It's a Luger.
That's correct. It's a Luger.
Ngishilo ke ukuthi iluka ke noma iluger isibhamu lesi asatholakala la umsola ahlala khona.
Now, if you know, you know. If you don't know, you don't know. I'm going to ask you. Now, from your 20-year experience as a police officer, could this model of a firearm that you allegedly say it was found where accused number 3 person staying, could this have been the only firearm in the country that would have been in the country, this only model, or there are other firearms of the same models that are also available in the country?
It's a lot. It was not the only firearm.
Ezale nhlobo ke noma ibhamu zalo hlobo ke angeke ngithi kwakuyisona sodwa ke ningi kabi ke ngaphandle lapha ekhona.
This very same type of firearm.
That is correct.
Yebo le nhlobo le.
Why do you say there's a lot?
There's nowhere where the one gun can be manufactured, just one gun.
Akukho la khona ke kungaphikizwa nje noma ngakhishwa khona
Just
isibhamu
one
esodwa noma uhlobo lodwa.
Thank you. Now, let's go to the scene. It's yourself, Sergeant Masondo. It's your colleague, Sergeant Dlamini, and it's Wiso. I don't know who this Wiso is. Was he or she a policeman?
It's she.
Oh, it's a she.
Yeah, it's a she.
Yeah. He's also a cop.
Of course.
Naye ke uwiso munye ke sebenza naye ke umuntu esimama kodwa sebenza naye iphoyisa naye.
Thank you. Now you say, upon receipt of this information, you headed to the direction where this information led you to, and indeed, at a particular point, you found that the person that you're looking for has already left that place, not so?
That is correct, ma'am.
Ngishilo ke ukuthi kuloko sakuthola ke ukuthi wayekuphi nendawo saya kodwa samfica ke esengasekho.
Then the basis yet of some information, you follow traces, and fortunately for you, at one point, just before a person could get they could open the gate of the place where they were heading to, then you are informed that no, that's the person that you're looking for, not so?
That is correct. That was our fortunate part of it.
Yes.
Yebo ke kuloko kumlandela ke la samthola khona ke noma ngaphambi nje kokuthi angene ke la saba nenhlanhla khona ke.
Thank you. Then you say you then stopped him. Actually, you stopped the vehicle in which you're driving. You approached the person, so identified, and then you introduced yourself as police officers, and then you told him that you're looking for him, and then you started to search him.
That is correct.
Sambona ngaphambi kokuthi angene ke sathi simisa imoto saya kuyena sayichaza ukuthi siyobani nokuthi sifuna yena ke samsesha nomsearch.
And then from there, you then requested him to show you the place where he was staying.
That is correct.
Lapho ke samcela ukuthi asiseke la ahlala khona.
But before you searched him, you specifically told him that you were investigating a particular case, not so?
That's, that's correct.
Kodwa ngaphambi kokumsesha ke samazisa ke masamchazela ukuthi siphenye icala elithize.
Did you find anything in his possession or subsequent to you searching him? Did you find anything in him?
It was only the cell phone, if I do remember.
Uma ukuthi ngisakhumbula ke i-cellphone kuphela sayithola nkathi simsesha.
So that was only the cell phone. Thank you.
That is correct.
Did you confiscate the cell phone there and there, or you just left it in his possession and then you confiscated later on?
We confiscated there and there.
Ngaleso sikhathi leso sayithola ngayo ngaso i-cellphone sabe siyithatha ngaleso sikhathi leso.
Then he went on to show you his room, not so?
That is correct.
Wasehamba ke eyosikhombisa la ahlala khona.
And did I hear you well that you said it was room number 51 Pesimal Street in Malvern?
No, you didn't hear me. I said
Yeah, correct me.
It was a house 81 Persimmon Street. The house with some room outside.
Ngithe yindlu ke unumber ke u81 ePersimmon Street.
Thank you. It was a house.
It's a house with separate rooms outside.
Kwakuyindlu ke eyinamaromu ke ngaphandle.
I want to follow your evidence very carefully. You say it was a house, and in the yard where the house was built, there were separate rooms outside the house.
That is correct, even though I don't know how many rooms were there, but there was a big house, it's a suburb place,
Yeah.
but there were some few rooms for rentals.
Okay.
Yebo kuyiqiniso ukuthi kwakuyindlu nje enkulu noma umuzi omkhulu enamaromu ke oqashisa ngaphandle.
So he then showed you the room that he was specifically occupying.
He even opened it by his key.
Akakhombisanga nje kuphela wayivula ngesikhiya sakhe leyo room leyo.
When you found him or when you accosted him, was the accused person alone? Was in company of somebody else?
He was in company of his girlfriend.
Wayehamba ke naloyo noma ke usisike ahlekisana naye.
Thank you. Then upon him opening the room, what did you do?
Upon him opening the room,
Yes.
he said, "Oh, this is where you sit, you stay." He said, "Yes." He said, "Can we please search your room?" Then he said, "Yes, you can search." Because he was very cooperative.
Uma sesivulela ke sibuza ukuthi yila uhlala khona yebo yila uhlala khona singasesha yini wavuma ke wathi yebo umuntu nje ongazange anikeze ngayinkinga nje owayesebenzisana.
Yes. then gave you the alleged permission, and then what did you do?
Then we started to check. And one of my guys, because there was Yamini, check on top, and then he noticed the firearm lying there.
Sasa sibheka ke omunye ke walaba engisebenza nabo ke uConstable Dlamini wabuka noma wabheka ke phezulu wasibona ke isibhamu khona lapho.
Thank you. That is now at the point at which the alleged firearm was found.
That's a stage where the firearm is not found.
Leso sikhathi ke isibhamu esatholakala ngaso.
Then immediately after the firearm was found, you then requested to use it to go fetch this forensic exhibit bag so that you can put all the exhibits which you found into these exhibit bags.
That is correct.
La sengicela khona kuwiso ukuthi ahambe ke ayolanda ke isikhwama sokufakaza emotweni sofaka lokho ke esakuthola noma kwatholakala.
And then you further asked the accused whether he's got a license to possess the firearm, and what was his response?
No, he didn't produce the license.
Uma ke simbuza noma ngimbuza ke ngelicense yaso isibhamu akazange ayikhiphe.
Did he have any response?
No, the response was just that because when I was further questioning him about the firearm, he came with it from KZN Homeland, and obviously the firearm was filed off the serial number, and then no license to possess it. Yes, he acknowledged that it's his firearm because he actually wanted to place both of them with the girlfriend in possession of the firearm.
Okwenzeka ke uma simbuza ke noma ngimbuza ngaso ke isibhamu leso okoqala wavuma ke noma washo ukuthi isibhamu awabuya naso ke ekhaya eKZN washo ukuthi isibhamu sakhe ke kodwa ke ilicense ke noma ingekho yona ke futhi ke inhloso ke noma isifiso kwaku ukuba bethwesa icala bobabili ke yena ke kanye nosisi loyo ayehamba naye ngokutholakala nesibhamu ongekho emthethweni.
Thank you, and then subsequent thereto, you then arrested him. And then you said, on the basis of what you found at this place, we then arresting you for possession of unlawful, for possession of firearm without a license, and also for possession of ammunition without a license.
We arrested him for Alexander matter, and then on top, and then we found this firearm. We had him as well on the possession.
Okokuqala ke wayeboshelwa sambophela ke icala lase Alexandra sase sengeza ke lokhu esikutholile isibhamu lesi kanye futhi nezinhlamvu ngaphezulu kwalelo icala lase Alexandra esasimbophela lona.
Then you took him to Germiston police station where he was detained.
Yes, he was detained in Germiston police station.
Waseyovalelwa ke eGermiston police station.
And then investigation with regard to the firearm kicked off.
That is correct, ma'am.
Lasiqala ke uphenyo mayelana nesibhamu.
That is, in essence, what happened at the point, the time, and the date at which accused number 3 got arrested for having been allegedly found in possession of the firearm that you've testified about, not so?
Can you rephrase, please? Can you rephrase for me?
I am saying,
Yes.
in essence, that is exactly what happened at the point in time and place where accused number 3 got arrested by yourself, Dlamini, and Wiso for allegedly being in possession of a firearm that was found at the place that he was occupying. Not so?
That is correct. But even if we didn't find him with the firearm, we were arresting him for Alexander case.
Empeleni yilokho ke okwenzeka ke lapha atholakala khona ke noma la sesimbopha khona ke atholakala nesibhamu noma kwakuwukuthi samthola ke isibhamu leso engenaso noma ngekho isibhamu kuyena ke ukumbopha vele sizombophela icala lase Alexander.
Thank you. We about the firearm. Let's let's not try to conflate issues. We're dealing here with the First Lawrence case. We don't know what happened in the Alexander case. We're here to speak about the firearm. Do you understand? Thank
That's
you.
correct.
So that is exactly my point. All that we have testified about now, that is exactly what happened there.
That is correct, my lord.
Lokhu ke ngikhuluma ngako noma engikushilo ikona okwenzeka laphayana ngaleliya langa.
Thank you. Let's quickly touch base on the following aspects. You did not have a warrant of search, not so? When you conducted the search.
Well, we dealt with that. We didn't have a warrant of search. We are not there to search. We didn't even know where he stays. That's the reason we had to follow him to see where he stays. Because we were just looking for him.
Ukuthi nje sasingenayo ke incwadi ke esigunyazisayo ukuthi sisesheke lokho bese sikhumileke ngakho ke sasingayelanga ukuyosesha laphayana sasingamazi nokumazi ukuthi uhlala kuphi nendawo ingakho ke samlandela ngoba thina sasifuna yena noma sasibhekana naye.
Do you understand you well when you say, you're speaking a bit faster. Some of the things that you say, you're speaking a bit faster. At some point, you're speaking a little bit low, so I can't hear you properly. So it's the reason why I'll keep on repeating unless you decide to increase your volume. That's the reason why I'll keep on repeating that. Do I hear you well when you say this? Because I've got a problem, a bit of a problem with somebody that's talking soft, you understand?
Okay.
Do you mind to repeat what you just said now, but now in a higher pitch, in an increased volume?
Can you repeat your question? I can't remember what I said.
You can't remember what you said?
Yes.
Yes.
Mm.
Do you agree with me that you did not have a warrant of search?
That is correct. I do agree with you.
Ngiyavumelana ke nawe uma uthi sasingenayo ke incwadi esigunyazisa ukuthi siseshe.
Then you went on to speak about the whole lot of things. That is what I wanted to hear.
No, I was just explaining that we dealt with that on the other matter concerning the search and seizure of the firearm.
Abengikusho ukuthi kwelinye ke leliyana icala lokho ke besase sidingidileke lolo udabulelo mayela ke nokusesha noma iwarrant ke kanye nesibhamu.
I've just mentioned to you that let us not conflate issues. What happened in that other trial has got nothing to do with what is happening in this trial. You are telling this court, this trial, that when you searched him, you did not have a warrant of search, not so?
It's so.
Thank you.
Ngiyasho ke futhi ukuthi ngangenayo ke incwadi engivumelana noma engigunyazisa ukuthi ngimseshe.
That is now both when you searched him in the streets and also when you searched in the room where you say the room that he pointed out to you, not so?
That is correct.
Ngalesikhathi ngimseshela ngaphandle nangalesikhathi sengisesha ke erumini la ahlala khona.
And did I hear you well when you said yes? Whatever that you said, though, all that you said is what transpired at the time at which you accosted him, up until the point where you took him away and locked him up at Jamestown, not so?
That is correct.
Futhi ke konke lokho ngokushilo lokho kwenzeka nkathi ke simfica simsesha kwazi kwayisikhathi la eseyovalwa khona ke eJamestown.
Would you agree with me, sir, that in your speech, in your testimony, I'm sorry, not speech, in your testimony, there's no way where you mentioned that at a particular point, we stood back and said, accused person, these are your rights. As we are doing this, just know that you have got the following right. Do you agree with me that you never explain his rights as a suspect and as a person that gets detained or that you're
Well,
suspecting?
His rights were explained fully and he understood. It might happen that during the testimony it was not asked.
Amalungelo akhe ke ngokomthetho sisekelo kuwona ke wawachazelwa ke ngokuphelele wase uyawezwa ke ungenzeka ke ukuthi nkathi ke ngibuzwa ke imibuzo yena kumshushisi lokho akakubuzanga.
Do you agree with me that as you proffered your testimony under oath there's nothing that you said with regard to the rights that are now rising up here?
Well, if I may explain, I introduced ourselves.
Say,
As a police officer, when you
Sir.
introduce yourself,
No, let the witness give evidence. You have asked the question. When he answers, you're
My
preventing
question-
him from doing that.
my question, sir, is do you agree with me? It's either yes, I agree with you, or no, I don't agree with you. If you need to explain, I'm going to request you and say, can you please explain this? But now the question that I'm asking you is, do you agree with me that you did not tell this court in your evidence in chief that you ever explained his rights?
no, I do agree with you.
Thank you.
Ngiyavumelana
I
ke-
was responding on the leading questions.
Ngiyavuma ke uma uthi kubufakazi bami ke angiyitshelanga lenkantolo ke ukuthi ngamchazela amalungelo kodwa ke bengiphendula ke imibuzo ebengiyiphendula noma ebengiholwa kuyona.
Thank you. Before I forget this other point, the firearm, you said the numbers were filed off.
That is correct.
There's a process known as etching process. Do you know that process?
Very well, I know it.
Did you, at any point after recovery of or after finding this firearm, ever try to employ that process?
It goes together with the request. When you send a firearm to ballistic, it will come out with everything, even those that we didn't know about, especially a serial number that is filed off. It sometimes get picked up from the forensic.
Uma ngabe senza ke isicelo noma isibhamu sithunyelwa ke bona ke laba ama-ballistic noma basebenza ngokuphenye ibhamu konke ke bathola konke nalokho ke futhi ke ebengachaziwe ke kanye futhi ke nayo indaba noma udaba lolu lwe-serial number.
What do you understand by the etching process? What is it specifically used for?
The etching process.
Yeah, the etching. I don't know whether it's called etching or etching
I know it by etching.
or etching.
Yeah, they put the firearms up where to refill or to extract the serial number if it's been filed off.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Le nqubo ongibuza ngayo ke ila khona ke isibhamu bakwazi ukuthi bathole ke uma kuwukuthi serial number ecishekile ke bayithole bona noma bayibone.
So you just said that the firearm was referred to the forensic science laboratory and probably it could have been etched there. Did the originality of the numbers that we filed off come back through that process, or they were unable to retrieve that number?
If I remember well, they were able to retrieve that number.
Uma kuwukuthi ngikhumbula kahle ke leyo number leyo bayithola.
You need to be very certain. You need to be
I
very
am certain they got the number.
Naso ke siqiniseka ukuthi number leyo bayithola le number leyo kokuthola ukuthi iba kuyinamba eqinyiwe ke.
Thank you. And having retrieved that number, did you trace it to a particular person?
That is correct, my lord.
Emuva kokuthi leyo number isitholiwe ke noma yatholakala ke yebo yakhona ukuthi ibe itracewa ke noma ehlanganiswa ke nomuntu othize.
Thank you. to this very last point, did you pen any statement with regard to this information?
Which information?
Did you give an additional statement with regard to this information that actually came off or came from the editing process?
Well, I wouldn't remember, but because I was busy with a lot of cases, I might have been putting it somewhere, but for me, it was not that necessary.
Ngoba kuukuthi ke ngisebenza ngamacala amaningi ke mhlambe ke yebo ngasibeka endaweni ethize kodwa ke mina ngabona ukuthi isidingo singekho ukuthi ngibe nestatement engisenzayo ke mayela kanye nalolo daba lolo.
However, I did follow up on the ownership of the firearm, and it came up to be of a juristic person. It was a fidelity card from Senzo company.
Yes.
Kodwa ke ngalandelela ke uma leyo number isitholakala ke ukuthi kwakubani ke umnikazi ke futhi ke tusebenzela nje ufidelity eCenturion.
Thank you. Now, furthermore, I see on the covering letter here, there is exhibit X3 in paragraph 4. You requested the Forensic Science Laboratory to determine whether the firearm was involved in any other cases, not so?
That is correct, my lord.
Yebo kwakuyisicelo sami ke ukuthi babhekeke ukuthi isibhamu leso sasimbandakanyeka yini kwamanye amacala.
Now, this case, this Phosphorus case, this court has heard that it happened on the 26th of October 2014. 26th October 2014, not so?
That is correct.
Yebo kuqiniseka ukuthi leli cala phambi kwenkantolo ke lona la nge 26 October 2014.
Now, you are arresting accused number 3 on the 9th of February 2015, not so?
That is correct.
Mina ke ngambopha nge 9 ka February 2015.
And common sense will tell us that the date on which you are arresting him, you allegedly find in his possession this firearm. It was almost more than 3 months after the Phosphorus incident had happened, not so?
That is correct.
Futhi ke kusemuva ke kwezinyanga ezintathu senzeke isigameko sase Phosphorus kathi mina ngimbamba nge 9 noma ngimbopha nge 9 ka February 2015.
Now, and common sense will tell you that if there were any exhibits that were found at the Phosphorus case, and this court has said that some firearm was used, those exhibits must have been taken, must have been at the Forensic Science Laboratory already, not so?
So,
Nokuthi ke uma kuukuthi kukhona okwatholakala ePhosphorus ngo 26 October 2014 ukuthi lokho ke kwakusekundlulise kuvele khona elab yamaphoyisa.
Now, when you receive this report, the basis of which is stated in paragraph number 4 of exhibit X3, did this firearm that was found in the possession of the accused person had anything to do with this Phosphorus case?
You want him to answer that question?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, fine.
my lord, there is nothing depicted by the firearm that was recovered on this case. Should it have been, definitely I think I was going to deal with it at that time. Like others.
What you saying? Nothing.
Nothing. Yes,
Okay.
nothing.
Akukho ke kulesibhamu esatholakala ke kuyena ke ngalezi 9 ka February 2015 ekwakuhlanganisa ke naleli ke icala leli uma ukuthi kwakukhona ke ngabe ke ngabheka ke noma ngakunaka lokho.
Thank you. That is the reason why, my Lord, I actually wanted this witness to answer that question. Thank you. Going back to the scene where you arrested the accused, not that the Senate forced arrest. No. Where you arrested the accused. Now you get in there, you search, you found a firearm. Did you ask him who did he occupy that house with? Or that room? It's a room.
A tiny room. I think it was a 3/4 bed, if not single.
Aye, fellow, don't describe the
No, I'm
content.
just
the
describing
furniture
the room.
there. Oh, yeah,
The smallest of the
yes, it's a room. Yeah, but the question is, did you ask him who did he occupy that room with?
That's correct, my lord. I did ask him.
Yebo ngambuza ukuthi kulelo kamera lelo ke noma kulelo room uhlala nobani?
Yes. What did he say?
Obviously, we got him with his girlfriend. They were staying together.
Samthola ke vele ehamba ke nosisi kahlekisana naye babehlala ndawonye.
You say obviously.
I
Is
asked
that
him,
not a supposition when you say obviously? The question
Common
is very
cause.
specific. Did you ask him and what his answer was?
that I'm staying with my girlfriend.
Ngambuza washo ukuthi ngihlala nentombi yami.
Said he was staying with a girlfriend. Did you ask him how long he has been staying with a girlfriend?
No, I didn't ask him.
Thank you.
Angizange ngibuze ukuthi kwakusenesikhathi esingakanani ehlala naye ke usisi loyo.
Thank you, sir. Did I hear you well when you say that in one of the things that he told you about this firearm is that he brought it from the homelands from KwaZulu-Natal?
That is correct.
Yebo ngizwe kahle ke ukuthi ngathi inkathi ngimbuza ke wathi isibhamu leso wasithola emakhaya eKZN.
Did you ask him when did he got hold of the firearm from KZN?
No, I didn't ask him.
Ukuthi ninike angizange ngimbuze.
Thank you. Did you ask him how long did he occupy that room? For how long? That is from the day on which you found him, pointed that room to you. How long has he been occupying it?
I can't remember whether did I ask him.
Ukuthi ngambuza ukuthi kwayisenesikhathi esingakanani ke ekulelo room lelo angikhumbuli ke ukuthi ngambuza yini.
Let's move a bit away from the room. The firearm. Did you investigate this firearm for possible fingerprints on it?
No, for fingerprints, no.
Ama uphenyo ke lama fingerprints kusona isibhamu cha azange ngilwenze.
Did you investigate the blue container? Did you say blue or green? You know me and the colors. Blue. Yes.
Blue.
Did you investigate this blue container for any possible fingerprints?
No.
Nebhokisi leli ke eliblue nalo ke akuzange kwenze uphenyo lama fingerprints kulona.
Did you investigate the magazine? Now, it's 3 items for any possible fingerprints.
No.
Nayo ke magazine nayo uphenyo lama fingerprints akuzange lwenziwe.
Thank you. and you say the person who physically found the firearm on top of the wardrobe was Dlamini, not yourself, not so.
No, it was not me. I mean,
Azange sithole mina phezu kwe-wardrobe sathola uDlamini.
Okay, no, this one I'll take it up with Mr. Dlamini, don't worry. I'm just checking on something while I'm taking the course in urgent. There's a note that I need here. Thank you. You know, because accused, person will come and tell this court if they need a rise, of course. That indeed, on the 9th, you found him walking in the street with his girlfriend. When they were just about to get into the gate, then you accosted him. Is that what happened?
I was listening. You were telling me.
Yes, I'm starting to put his version to you.
Yes.
Yes.
Must I respond and say what?
If you don't have a response, say, I
have.
don't want to
I'm
respond. I
listening.
don't have any response.
Yes, I don't have.
You don't have
Kuloko
any
ukuthi
response.
ke
Thank you.
impela ke uzosho ke uma sekuyena uzofakaza ukuthi impela wayehambela estradini naye ke usisi loyo sase simisa ke anginako ke ngingakusho kuloko.
Thank you. Now, as I'm saying, if needs arise, he'll tell this court that, as we have correctly mentioned, that he was very cooperative. He indeed had no choice but to cooperate with you because you're spitting venom.
Uthi ke umsolwa ke kwakungekho nje okunye ayengakwenza ke ngaphandleni kokuthi asebenzisane nawe ke ngoba ke wawucasa ukuganunwa.
Aye, that's a new thing. Spitting venom.
Kusha ke lokho kumina.
How can I spit venom on a cooperative somebody?
Ngikwenza kanjani ke ukuthi ngicasuke nganunwa kumuntu nje onganikezi ngayinkinga.
Thank you. Now, as a result of the fact that you're spitting venom in order to secure or to save himself from the wrath that he would have encountered, he said things that you wanted him to say.
Uyaqhubeka ke uthi ngenxa ke yokuthi yena ke wayekuthi nje wayeyisindisa ke kuloko kuthukuthela ke wasesho izinto wena ke owawufuna noma ufisa ukuzizwa.
It's up to him, but I believe what he was telling me because we were just talking. We were not fighting. No one was splitting venom. We were talking.
Kukuyena ke lokho kodwa ke mina ke ngayikholwa ke noma ngakholwa ke lokho wayekusho ngoba ke kwakungaliwa ke lapha yana sasikhuluma nje akekho umuntu wayicasukile.
Thank you. He will further come and tell this court if the need arises that you did not even give him a chance to explain his side of the story with regard to the firearm that you allegedly found on top of the wardrobe. Oh, thank you. Is it please the court, my lord? I'm requesting indulgence. Thank you for the indulgence, my lord. Thank you, sir. Accused person, if needs be, will come and tell this court that it is incorrect that he told you that he brought the firearm from his homeland, from KwaZulu-Natal.
Well, it will be okay with him, but whatever information I give is the information I get from him.
Uma kuwukuthi yena-ke uyakuphikisaba ukuthi wangitshela ukuthi isibhamu wabuye nasemakhaya, kodwa-ke mina engikushoyo-ke yilokhu engakutshelwa uyena noma engakuthola kuyena.
Thank you, man. Just one more last indulgence, my lord, to the accused. Thank you. Thank you very much, my lord, for the second indulgence. Same accused person would come and tell this court that although you are alleging that the firearm was found in the room which he occupied with the girlfriend, yet nothing to do with that firearm.
Msolwa-ke uthi noma-ke wena usho-ke ukuthi-ke isibhamu lesi satholakala kulela room awehlala khona-ke nentombi yakhe-ke ukuthi yena-ke bangenalutho nje olumhlanganisa nalesiya sibhamu.
Well, it's a pity that you said we must concentrate on the firearm and the Cleveland. Alexander Meta connects him.
I have just said,
Yes.
accused person says he had nothing to do with that firearm as it relates to Force Lores case.
Kungesho-ke ngoba-ke uthe asigxile-ke kwisibhamu kodwa-ke icala lase-Alexander-ke liyamhlanganisa. Umele usethi-ke lo yena-ke uthi akunalutho olumhlanganisa nalesiya sibhamu mayela-ke necala leli lase-Force Lores.
No, I hear you.
Ngiyakuzwa.
Thank you, my lord. My lord, just one point of that I need to bring to the attention of the court. This witness, it says something, it's a pity, and then he mentioned the Alexander case. I'm going to request, my lord, that that piece of information, if it clicked in the mind of the court, then it should be expunged of the record on the basis of it not being relevant to these proceedings.
Mr. Malui, to hear your learned colleague.
Well, he elicited the information. He made his bed, so he must lie on it. That's how that all works.
Ngiyafisa ukuthi ukuzwe lokushoyo mfethu umelo wakho uyacela ukuthi lokho kushiwo ufakazi ekhuluma-ke ngecala lase-Alexander ukuthi inkantolo-ke ingakunaki-ke kushaya indiva lokho yasinikeza u-advocate Baloyi ithuba-ke lokuthi aphendule kulokho uthi u-advocate Baloyi ngeshwa-ke umelo wakho uyena-ke okhiphe noma odonse lobo bufakazi noma umbuzo wakhe wona-ke eholele ekuthini kulethwe leyo mpendulo leyo.
That is a very unfortunate response from a colleague that I hold so in such high esteem, Smart. He knows from the solitude of his conscience that Alexander case is irrelevant here. So it has got nothing to do with this First Lawrence case, Madam. As I'm saying, it's very unfortunate when it comes from a member of this aura, of this forum that I hold so dearly. and so very high. Nonetheless, my lord, that will be the end of my cross-examination to this witness. Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you.
Nkosi. Thank you.
Yeah, this court doesn't expunge evidence. Okay? Just listen to me. Everything that happens in this court is on record.
As I am saying, I'll address it, my lord.
Yes,
Don't
yes.
worry.
So this court
Yes.
can be requested to expunge.
Yes. No, I will address it if the
Evidence.
time comes for me to deal with
Yes,
that
yes,
matter. Thank you very much.
Remember, I asked you, do you want him to answer that question? Remember, I asked you a question when you asked the question. Do you want him to answer that question? You remember?
No, my lord.
Oh, you don't? Okay, fine.
When I
Your
asked
colleagues
this
remember
one,
that. Do you remember, colleagues? Thank you.
Emkhumbuza ujaji mfethu kummeli wakho ukuthi loyo mbuzo loyo ngaphambilini kokuthi awubuze bekuyisifiso sakhe yini sokuthi uphendulwe.
My Lord, he's saying in reference to this last aspect incorrect. So I withdraw my consensus.
Now I've made my point. Sir, tell me about this Alexander case. I don't want to know the particulars. Did you have a warrant of arrest for the suspects?
On Alexandra case?
Yeah.
No, we didn't.
You did not have?
We have-
You never applied for a warrant of arrest?
We didn't. There was no need for us.
Uthi asangeke sasingenayo warrant of arrest sasingekho isidingo sokuthi senze isicelo sayo ke.
How many people are involved in that case?
The Alexandra one. There were three. my
Oh,
lord.
there were three. Okay.
Babe bathathu ke abasolwa kulelo qala lelo lase Alexandra.
Yeah, I heard you and your colleague talking about the etching process. Do you know the physical science behind that? I know. I don't know if you know.
The physical science. I don't know, my lord, but what happens is when they come with what we were looking for, we get happy.
Yeah, that's what you call atomic configuration.
Yes.
Atomic configuration. When you etch a number on metal,
Yes.
the atoms which configure the surface of the iron, they duplicate that number right up to the bottom. The atomic structure is duplicated.
Thank you, madam.
Yeah, so if you come from Soweto, you think you have wiped off the numbers.
Yes.
Once they go through the top layer, they actually find the original number.
That is correct, madam.
As it was. Is that not so?
That is correct.
Okay.
Siyajula ke ujaji membuza ukuthi uyazi ukuthi yini eyenzekayo ke uma befuna ukuthi batholeke inamba le engasabonakaleki serial number ukuthi yini ke abayenzayo ngoba yena kuthe uma ephendula nje uma nje uthole lokho okufunayo ke wena bekungabonakali ukuthi kwenziwani ke angikwazi kodwa nje uyanema uma uthola lokho okufunayo.
Okay, thanks. You're excused. Unless your colleagues.
Thank you, Madam. I have no
You don't
cross-examination
have.
to this witness.
Mr.
Thank
Mshalos?
My Lord, before I start with my cross-examination, can I ask that we adjourn and then I start with my cross-examination after lunch? There are instructions that I need to consult with regarding the
Okay.
cross-examination.
What time is it, Mr. Baloyi?
It's quarter two. It's quarter two.
Okay. Come back what time?
I think 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock.
Since the Christmas.
Okay,
enough
fine.
time to.
2 o'clock then?
It is.
had on the day in question, and then you said he had dreadlocks, not so.
That is correct, my lord.
Bangishilo ukuthi ngale lalanga engangibopha ngalo ngoba inama dreadlocks umsolo.
Now, are you in a position to describe to this court how did his dreadlock look like?
Yes. Those dreadlocks were nicely braided, and they were long, thick.
Aye kahle nje bosho nje kahle lawo ma braids lawo ama dreadlocks lawo futhi eboshiwe njena ke futhi thick emade.
Well, when you say they were long, are you able to estimate as you standing there? Just give me a demonstration about yourself.
Yeah, maybe below the shoulder blades. You see the shoulder blade?
Yes.
Uthi nje la emuva ke ukuthi nje la enzansi nje kwehlombe leli noma ama shoulder blades la.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, my lord, for
Okay,
indulgence.
thank you.
Thank you, my lord.
Thank
Yes,
you, my lord, also for the indulgence. After taking proper instructions, my lord, I have no further questions.
I don't think you took proper instructions. Okay, I'm just joking.
Thank you.
Yes, any other questions in re-examination, Mr.
As a court, please,
Baroi?
my lord. In cross-examination by Advocate Nisi on behalf of accused number 3, you testify that you did explain the accused rights to him.
That is correct, my lord.
Ngishilo ke ku advocate umnisi ukuthi ngempela ke ngamtshela amalungelo akhe ngomthetho sisekela.
At which stage did you do that?
The time I was approaching him, trying to introduce myself, explaining that I'm arresting him for.
I actually thought about this aspect that it will come in re-exam. Then I said, I'm going to object to this because that will be introduction of new evidence from the back door, my lord. The state had their opportunity, while specifically leading this witness in evidence in chief to lead this form of an evidence. Because what is happening now, my lord, is going to necessitate a re-cross-examination. On the face of it, it may look like it's a re-exam, my lord.
I hear.
But this is reintroduction. It's basically an introduction of new evidence on the auspices of re-exam, but from the back door.
I see.
Exactly, my lord.
Mr.
Thank you.
Mshololo seems to disagree.
No, I agree, my lord.
How's it?
I agree, my lord. It's unprocedural because the witness never testified to what he wants to introduce.
I see.
It's a new evidence.
Mr. Numalo?
I'm sorry to interject, my lord. And basically, this is exactly the kind of a bait that has been made where a person needs to lie on. Thank you, my lord.
Ms. Numalo, what's your view?
It is new evidence.
Hello?
It is new evidence. It was never
Mr.
introduced
Can I say?
earlier.
Mr. Pelia.
Yes. I concur with my colleagues. I super concur with my colleagues.
Mr. Maloi, what's your view?
As a court, please, my lord, the witness did testify that they introduced themselves to the suspect. He did not elaborate as to what he means by introducing themselves to the suspect, and in cross-examination he then elaborated. We submit, my lord, that the witness has already, this evidence had already been foreshadowed in his evidence in chief. He merely elaborated on that when he was cross-examined. We submit, my lord, that the questions is permissible.
I'm still going to quote the 1928 case. What does it say, Mr. Nis?
My lord?
What does that case of 1928 say?
Hepworth.
Yes, Hepworth, R versus Hepworth.
My lord, R versus Hepworth was
Numalo is smiling. On that very aspect, what does it say, that case?
My lord, it will be understood. I think I need to dissect Hepworth.
No.
Understand, my lord, that
is
Hepworth
there.
was decided.
What's that quotation? Mr. Baloyi, please. A judge of this division in 1928
Yes, my lord.
commented about this type of thing.
Yes.
Yeah, boy.
But the court must also bear in mind that this is a pre-constitutional decision, my lord, where the rights
It's
of an
worse
accused person...
in our constitutional
Excuse me, my lord.
It's worse.
excuse me.
It's worse to take advantage of a mistake which is committed by your colleague. Wait,
This is...
Mr. Baloyi.
Yes, my lord.
That's a good place, my lord. Must I read that?
Yeah, the second part. We can start at the, yeah, just read it slowly so that we all can digest it.
Right. Once again, this is a decision of the Appellate Division as it then was, R versus Hepworth, 1928, page 267 at 277. And this case, my lord, is all about fairness, and in particular, section 35(3) of the Constitution that my learned friend has referred to. So it is in fact applicable to section 35(3) of the Constitution.
I will just read it.
Yes. The court held that a criminal trial is not a game where one side is entitled to claim the benefit of any omission or mistake made by the other side.
Right, you can leave it there. Yes. What do you think, Mr. Munisi?
As it pleases the court.
The benefit of any omission or mistake by another side.
Yes, my lord.
You mustn't benefit from that.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm not against the decision, my lord, but then again, the court would recall that in the course of my cross-examination of this very same witness, something came out which was not intended for this trial.
Nah, that's different. You wanted me to expunge the record.
Yes, my lord, because it is...
record. And I'm saying to you, there's no law which says I can expand the record.
I could have used the wrong terminology, my lord.
What? This is so.
I should have said maybe the court should actually ignore.
I can't even ignore it. It's there.
That is exactly...
You can argue.
Yes,
fine.
That is exactly the same approach, my lord.
Yes.
The fact that the state was expected to lead particular evidence at a particular point,
right,
and then they omitted, or they chose consciously so, not to lead that evidence, and because they realized that that might not be good for the cause that they want to take in the course of proving their case beyond a reasonable doubt, then they want to reintroduce new evidence. That is also prejudicial to the cause of the accused person, my lord. Because as I've said initially, that would basically mean that I will have to re-cross-examine on that particular new aspect.
That's no problem. You can do that again. Unfortunately, that case binds me.
As it pleases the court.
Binds me. It's an AD case. It says one shouldn't take advantage of a mistake or a benefit. Okay?
As it pleases the court.
Let your colleague continue, and then if you think as you want to follow
My lord, just one more. However, we have not heard from the state whether this portion of evidence was omitted by mistake or what.
What do you think?
No, I can't speculate, my lord. But it has not been placed on record. Why that crucial evidence, my lord? Remember, it's on the issue of the constitutional rights which were not explained. It was crucial on the part of the state. Now the state that is given an opportunity to rectify that without stating the reasons why that should happen. It's unprocedural, my lord. That's my submission.
Okay, you've heard my ruling. You can continue.
As a court, please, my lord.
And you know what?
Yes.
It's such a minor aspect because Mr. Nisi says this case has got nothing to do with the Post Lura's case.
Yes.
That's your submission.
The Alexander case.
Alexander case or the Fort Lauderdale case or the Cleveland case. When you stood up, when you made your objection, I was listening to you. You said this case, this evidence has got nothing to do with the Cleveland case. You remember?
Yes,
before you mentioned Alexander. Uncle from me,
as it please the court.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
Court, please. At which point did you explain his rights to him?
The time we were approaching him, introducing ourselves to him, explaining him that we are charging for, we were looking for him for the Alexander matter. We explained his rights fully and he understood.
Ngalesikhathi ke siya kuyena umsola sichaza kuyena simazisa ukuthi ke simfunela icala leli lase Alexander ila khona ke amalungelo akhe ngomthetho sisekelo ngamchazela ngokuphelele wawezwa futhi.
Yes, what was the extent of that explanation?
What I can say, after explaining those rights, he took us to his room.
Yes, but what did you say? What did you explain to him?
His rights to remain silent, his right to have a legal representation. If he doesn't have one, the state will help him with. His right to be detained and taken to court within 48 hours.
Lamalungelo ke phakathi ke ilungelo lakho lokuthula angasho lutho, ilungelo loba nommeli uma kuwukuthi ummeli akanaye umbuso uzomsiza, ilungelo lokuthi ke uzothathwa ke noma ke uzoyovalelwa ke bese ukuthi kwisikhathi ke samahora awu48 abese yovela enkantolo.
In which language did you communicate with him?
We were communicating in isiZulu because I'm a Zulu.
Mina naye ke sasikhuluma isiZulu ngoba ngiwumZulu.
Did he understand his rights?
Yes, my lord, he understood.
Futhi ke wawezwa ke lawo malungelo uma ngimchazela.
Now, were you able to establish, you mentioned that the accused pointed out a room amongst others. Were you able to establish who the landlord of that place was?
No, I didn't establish.
Ukuthi ke wayeqashe kubani ke lapho ehlala khona ke cha angizange ngikuthole lokho.
And in cross-examination by accused number 3 counsel, you did mention that it's Sergeant Dlamini who found the firearm. Where the firearm was found, was it easily visible?
The firearm was easily visible. If you just peep on the wardrobe, you'll just see the firearm lying there.
La esasikhona ke noma esathola khona uDlamini isibhamu sasibonakala nje kalulu ukuthi nje uma upopola khona lapho usibona.
Now, in cross-examination by accused number 3 counsel, he asked you that you could not, after having been unable to locate him at the initial place, you then went to look for him. Now, how far is that initial place where you went to look for him to his room?
It can be more or less 5 kilometers.
Ngathi nje ibanga la esaqala sayomfuna khona qala ke nala ahlala khona ama kilometer awu5.
Also, in cross-examination by accused number 3's counsel, you testify when he asked you as to whether the ownership of the specific firearm was traced to a specific person. You answered that the ownership of the firearm was established as belonging to a person who worked for Fidelity at Centurion.
I said it was honored by the juristic person. Juristic person, Fidelity Card Company.
Oh yes, thank you. So,
Mayelana nesibhamu ke lesi satholakala uma ummeli ebebuza ke umbuzo ukuthi sakhona yini ukuthi sithole ukuthi ubani umnikazi wazo ngishilo ukuthi umuntu ke company leyo eyakwa Fidelity.
Was a statement then obtained on behalf of the company?
No, but we did approach the company to find out what happened with the firearm, and then they give their explanation.
Saya ke kuyona inkampani leyo ke Fidelity basichazela sifuna ukwazi ukuthi kwenzekani ngesibhamu base besinika ke besichazela ke lokho abakusho.
Yes, and what were the circumstances of the loss?
They said they thought the firearm was still.
That's hearsay, my lord. Can't.
It was elicited by the defense, but I will not persist with that line of inquiry. You were also asked as to whether there's any connection between this firearm and the Foslorus case, and you mentioned that you would have mentioned that. Were you part of the investigation in the Foslorus case?
No, that was not my question, my lord. That was not my question. I said, as per his request in Exhibit W3, X3, he requested that the firearm should, an investigation should be embarked upon to determine whether are there any cases that this firearm were linked with, and then he said yes. Then I specifically said to him, did your results inform you that this firearm were linked with Foslorus case? And then he said no. Yes.
Yes, Mr. Malone.
Well, that's precisely what we are asking the witness. I'll just perhaps rephrase it. Now, once you've handed in the firearm at ballistics, do you have anything to do with the process further?
Yes, is to wait for the reports from the firearm, from the ballistic, and that report will lead me where to go.
Emuva kokuthi ke isibhamu seke sidlukisile ke kulabo abenza kusona ke ngizolinda kumbiko noma ke imiphumela iloyo mbiko ke noma leyo miphumela ke ezongiholela ukuthi ngiya kuphi.
Thank you, my lord. That is all.
Yes, thanks. Okay, is that all for this witness?
Yes.
This witness?
Let me quickly take instructions on the basis of. As it is the court, Mother, thanks for the indulgence.
Okay,
We don't
thanks.
have
Thanks,
anything
you said.
further.
Thank you. There's one question. It's not a question. You remember Mr. Balui? I think it's Mr. Nisi, when he was asking a question about what you do when you gather evidence. And you said you put some of the exhibits into the exhibit cases. But what struck me was that you say you do it like that, instead of saying you were trained to do it like that.
Oh yes.
What do you think? Am I right?
I was trained to.
That's it.
No, my lord. That's spoon feeding the witness.
No. This is after the witness has given evidence. Please, I'm telling you what language he should have used. Because he says,
Let it enter into the record, my lord, like that.
No, but they know. They will say this judge corrected two things, like the etching process. You know, like he didn't know that it's an atomic story.
Yes, it's correct.
Yeah, and I try to say, hey, it's atomic confederation of ion atoms. I say a number. like we normally say. Okay, fine, Nguzweli.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Yes, is that the end of your witnesses today?
Well, there's still another witness.
Okay, where's the witness?
Sergeant Dlamini.
Dlamini.
Is witness number 97 on the list, my lord.
Okay. Yes, so the witness in.
Language?
This is
Okay. Sicela igama nesibongo baba.
Ubhenguzo Sibongiseni Dlamini.
Uyimisela ukufunga baba uDlamini ukuthi uzokhuluma la inkantolo uzobaqinisa iqiniso lodwa iqiniso liphelele.
Yeah.
Uma kunjalo ke phambi isandla sakho sokudla uthi Nkosi ngisize ngikhuluma iqiniso.
Nkosi ngisize ngikhuluma iqiniso.
The witness is son.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Hello.
My Lord, I think accused person, Mr. Mnyube, is drawing his attention to me, so may I quickly attend to him.
Yeah, fine.
Thank you. Oh, Kosia.
Yes, sir.
My Lord, I'm going to request the 5 minutes in that chance, my Lord. There's something that I quickly need to explain to Mr. Mnyube. He seems to be misunderstanding one or two things, so I quickly need to explain.
Okay, 5 minutes indulgence.
Mr. G.
State calls the next witness, my lord. It's Sergeant Bekumuzi Sibongiseni Dlamini.
Yes.
You can look out this witness number 97 on the list.
Yes, sir.
Sergeant Dlamini, you are a member of the South African Police, is that correct?
Uyilunga lesiphoyisa se-South Africa ngithi kuyiqiniso lapho.
Yeah.
That's correct.
To which unit are you attached?
Usebenza kuyiphi unit?
Taxi violence, organized crime, taxi violence.
Organized crime, taxi violence.
How many years service do you have in the police?
Neminyaka emingaki usebenza emaphoyiseni?
15.
15.
On the 9th of February 2015, were you on duty at about 1600 hours?
Ngeyi-9 zikaFebruary ngo-2015 isikhathi ngo-4 emini ingabe wawusemsebenzini yini?
Yeah.
Yes.
What type of duties were you performing on the day?
Imuphi umsebenzi owawenza ngaleliya langa?
Umsebenzi nje ojwayelekile kwase kuthi ngabo 4 sabe sesifonelwa informer yethu.
It's our normal duties, my normal duties, but then around 4 we got or received a call from our informant.
Maybe just before that, do you know the previous witness, Sergeant Masondo?
Sergeant Masondo beqada ufakazi phambi kwakho uyamazi?
Yeah, ngisebenza naye.
Yes, I work with him.
Was there any matter that you were assigned to at that particular time?
Ingabe ikhona yini icala enanibhekene nalo noma enanilisebenza ngaleso sikhathi leso?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Ungasho.
Case as Alexandra 501 of 1 2015.
Alexandra case 501 of 1 2015.
Lava kula bekhona ushaya.
Yes, you don't need to mention the details. Yes. What happened then further?
Kwasekwenzekani ke?
So masithola ucingo kwingade yethu lesabe sesilandela information abelayela yona.
Upon receiving the information from our informer, we then followed the lead, in other words, followed the information that was provided to us.
Yes.
Yeah.
I-suspect sasesiyibonile kwi-video footage, so nayo i-informer yayazi ukuthi sifuna bani, yasitshela ukuthi lowo muntu sizomthola.
Yes, you may not disclose what you followed up the information. What
Uqala
happened
ungangeni
further?
kwimininingwane yalo le usho nje lokho nakwenza ukuthi ubani wathini uqala ungangeni kwimininingwane.
Okay. Sabe sesiyasuka ke sasiphakathi eJoburg ngaleso sikhathi. Sasuka sa driver saya ngaseMalvern.
We were in the Joburg area of CBD at the time. We then proceeded to drive towards Malvern.
Yes.
Yebo.
Masi yasikhohlwa igama lalestrad lesikhuphuka sisuka kuJulius. Kodwa ike khona emile kukhona igarage Zenex.
I just forgot this one particular street, but there is a Zenex garage around there, yebo.
Samnothisa umuntu esasimfuna sambona ehamba nomuntu wesifazane.
We noticed the person that we were looking for, and as we noticed this, or we saw this person, he was in the company of a female person.
Sabe sesiyajika siyamlandela.
We then turned around, followed him. Yebo.
Yes, we may proceed.
Siqale sathi ukumdlula kancane ngoba besifuna ukwenza isiqiniseko.
We first just passed a little bit, went past this person a little bit because we wanted to be certain.
Yes.
Yeah.
hayi sabe nesiqiniseko sabe sesiyabuya ke sesiya kuyena.
We were then certain, we then turned around and approached the person.
Yes.
Yeah.
Proceed.
Sama duze kwakhe sazethula kuyena ukuthi singobani sifuna ini.
We stopped next to the person, introduced ourselves as to who we were and as to why we were there.
Yes, and who's this person that you're referring to?
Ubani lo muntu okhuluma ngaye?
Umthobisi Mncube.
It's Mthobisi Mncube.
Yes. Yeah, is he present in court?
Ukhona la enkantolo?
Yeah, ukhona.
Yes, he is.
Number 3.
He's number 3.
Yes, you may proceed.
Maqhubeka.
Masimisa lapho ke sabe uMasondo, Sergeant Masondo. Masiqeda ukuzethula wabe siyanikeza amalungelo akhe ukuthi uyaboshwa, waqala wamtshela ukuthi uyaboshwa, uboshelwe icase yase Alexander.
Okay. After we had introduced ourselves to him, Sergeant Masondo then informed him of his rights and also then informed him that he was being arrested for an Alexandra case that we were looking him for.
And the explanation of the rights to him, what did that entail?
Uma echazelwa ngamalungelo akhe kwasho yini yashiwo uma echazelwa ngamalungelo akhe?
Angithi wayemtshelile ukuthi useyaboshwa for icase yase Alexander.
Yeah.
Wamtshela ukuthi unelungelo lokungasitsheli lutho. Unelungelo lokuthola ummeli. Unelungelo lokuthi aye kwi fair trial. Unelungelo lokuyiswa court within 48 hours.
After having informed him that he was being arrested for the Alexander case, he then informed him that he had the right not to say anything to us. He had the right to get himself a legal representative. He had the right to a fair trial and to appear in court within 48 hours.
Yes, in which language did he communicate with the
Ekusho
accused?
lokho ke na esebenzisa oluphi ulimi?
Hayi besebenzisa isiZulu.
IsiZulu.
And did the accused understand his rights?
Uma echazelwa ngalawo malungelo akhe ke wawezwa yena.
Hayi wawezwa waze washo wathi uyezwa.
He understood them and he even confirmed that he understood.
Yes, you may proceed.
Sesingaqhubeka.
Emveni kwalokho ke wabe seyambuza uSergeant Masondo ukuthi uhlala kuphi. Wakhomba ke ngoba number 81 Persimmon Street. Sasikwakuye gate nje wayesevula vele gate.
Okay. Thereafter, Sergeant Masondo inquired from him as to where you were staying. He then pointed and said number 81 Persimmon Street, and he was just about to open the gate. So he pointed because he was just about to open the gate.
Yes, you may proceed.
Singaqhubeka.
Hayi ke wabe siyacela kuyena ukuthi ucela vule singene khona sizobona la ihlala khona.
He then requested him to open so that we can go in and see where he was staying.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wavula futhi salandelana naye nengcwayi yakhe le wayehamba nayo.
He opened, we followed him together with the female person in whose company he was in.
Now, which place is this that you say he opened?
Yikuphi la uthi wavula khona?
Wayesavule egedeni lapho.
Yeah.
Sizongena ngaphakathi endlini.
He was still opening the gate as we were about to enter into the house.
Yes, you say a house. Can you just explain what type of place is this?
Indawo nanjengoba ukhuluma ngendlu nje indawo ekanjani le okhuluma ngayo?
Indlu nje enkulu. Ngicabanga ukuthi lapha wayiqashile kodwa kwenzakala nangazi. Kodwa indlu nje enkulu. Sawavula igede elincane lenyawo sangena samlandela.
It's a big house. I think that he was renting there. He just opened the small gate. We walked in through the gate and followed him.
Yes.
Yeah.
Samlandela ke wakhomba indlu ahlala kuyona.
We followed him. He pointed out the house where he was staying.
Sase siyamcela asivulele sibone phakathi.
We then requested him to open for us so we could see inside.
Yes.
Yep.
Wavuma futhi wavula.
Once again, he agreed and he opened.
Yes.
Masingena phakathi sibone iroom iright kodwa besethi kuseje masondo sisacela ukusesha.
We went into the room. We could see that the room was okay. Sergeant Masodo then requested that we search.
Yes.
Ngabe sengiyaqala ke ngiyasesha.
I then started to search.
Just a minute. Yes, you may proceed.
Uma ngisesha phezulu wardrobe ngafica isibhamu. Sihleli nelinye ibox nyana nje ubheka phezulu ufaka inhlavu phakathi.
As I was searching, on top of the wardrobe, I found a firearm. It was just next to it was just a box, and with rounds or ammunition inside.
Yes.
Yeah.
You may proceed.
Ngabe sengiyabuza ukuthi esikabani isibhamu ubani onelicense yesibhamu.
I then inquired as to whose firearm it was, who possesses a license to own or to have the firearm.
Just a minute. Did he then give an explanation?
Ingabe wachaza yini?
Wathula.
He kept quiet.
Ngasithatha ke isibhamu ngasehlisa lapha phezulu wardrobe nebox lalo ngasibeka phansi.
I then took or removed the firearm from where it was on top of the wardrobe together with the box, and I placed it down.
Yes.
Yebo.
Masiqeda ukusenza safe ukukhona lokuthu ukwenza safe isibhamu. Phakathi kwakukhona uhlavo olodwa la kwishemba.
Okay. Just after making it safe or putting it on safe, there is this process that we call making the firearm safe. Then there was one ammunition in the chamber. Yeah.
Yes, you may proceed.
Ngaphinda futhi ngabuza ukuthi esikabani isibhamu. Bathula bangasho lutho bobabili nofriend egale wakhe lo.
I once again asked as to whose firearm this was. They both kept quiet. That is now him together with the girlfriend.
Yes.
Yeah.
Uma sisibheka sabona ukuthi i-serial number la isusiwe.
Well, upon looking at it, we then could see that the serial number had been filed off.
Yes.
Yep.
ila kwangena ka Consergeant Masondo wathi ayike ngiyanibopha ke nobabili for isibhamu lesi esitholakala la endlini.
That is where Sergeant Masondo then intervened and said that I'm now arresting both of you for the firearm which was found here in the house.
Yes.
Yes.
Wabe sethi yena hayi ningayibophi intombazana. Ngiyasazi isibhamu. Nentombazana yathi hayi isibhamu esakhe.
He then answered and said, no, don't arrest the girl. I know the firearm. She also said, no, it's his firearm.
Just, my lord, may the TSA evidence be admissible. The state will be calling the lady at the later stage. Yes, you may proceed.
Maqhubeka.
Ayike emveni kwaloko kwagijinywa kwathathwa i-forensic bag eyayisebhuthini lemoto, ama-forensic bag abayi-2. Isibhamu lesi sabe sesifakwa phakathi, kwakhishwa inhlavu kumagazini, safakwa phakathi phambi kwakhe khona lapho savala.
The forensic bags were then fetched. The 2 forensic bags were fetched from the boot of the vehicle, my lord, and then the ammunition was removed from the magazine, and then in front of him, or in his presence, it was then placed in the forensic bags and it was sealed.
Just a minute. You've just mentioned that ammunition was removed from the magazine. Was there any ammunition in the magazine?
Uqeda ukusho manje ukuthi zakhishwa ke inhlamvu ku magazine. Ikhona yini inhlamvu zaziphakathi ku magazine?
Yebo, zazu-15 ezazi kumagazini. 16 ngalolo lwalu phakathi lume kushemba.
There were 15 rounds in the magazine, and then 16 if you include the one that was found in the chamber.
Yes. Was it the only ammunition that was found there?
Yilezo kuphela inhlamvu ezatholakala lapha?
Cha.
No.
Yes.
Yebo.
Ezinye zazikuleli bhokisi elihlazana lalihleli nesibhamu lapha phezu kwewardrobe.
The others were in this blue box that was found there next to the next to the firearm on top of the wardrobe.
Yes. Are you able to say how many were there and the caliber thereof?
The ones in the box.
Yes, the ones in the
Lezi zona ke ezazikuleli box le zazingaki zona futhi ezaluphi uhlobo?
Kwakuyi-9 mm.
9mm.
Uma ngingaphosisi ngicabanga ukuthi zaziyishumi nambili.
If I'm not mistaken, or if I'm not lying, I think there were 12.
Yes, and the firearm, what type of firearm was it?
Kwakuyisibhamu esinjani?
Hey, kwakuyi CZ pistol.
It was a CZ, a pistol.
Yes.
Yeah, 9 mm.
Also a 9mm.
Yes, you may proceed.
Singaqhubeka ke.
Ayike emveni kwaloko kwabe ukuthi siyamthatha ke siphuma naye siyaqhubeka siya komdetain.
From there, we went out with him, proceeding to go and detain him.
Yes, you say there were 2 evidence bags that were brought.
Ushilo ke ukuthi uma sekuphuthunywa ke ebhuthini kuyokhishwa ama evidence bag, kwalethwa ama evidence bag amabili.
Yeah.
Yes.
What were they used for?
Kwa asetshenziswelani lawo ama evidence bag?
Eyodwa kwafaka isibhamu nengane zaso. Eyodwa kwabe sekufaka ucingo lakhe.
The one was used for the firearm together with the ammunition, and the other was used for his phone.
Yes, can you explain the circumstances regarding his cell phone?
Ungachaza ke mayelana ne cell phone yakhe?
kwakuyi-Samsung
It was a Samsung.
noma ngingasakhumbuli ukuthi inamba zakhona zazithini lezi zama-Samsung lezo.
Although I can't give the details, the precise details of the Samsung,
Kodwa yayimnyama ngombala.
black in color.
Yes, but before it was put in the exhibit bag, where was it found?
Ngaphambilini kokuthi ithathwe ke yena ifone lena ke ifakwe kwisiphamo leso ubufakazi yatholakala kuphi?
Yatholakala ke.
From him.
Yes, you may proceed.
Singaqhubeka.
Hayi masiqeda ukumdithena eGenestin saqhubeka salandela enye i-information yabanye ama-suspect ayekade siwadinga
Okay.
yona le case.
Oh, kuleyona leyo case.
Yona le case.
Then, my lord, after detaining him in Germiston, we then followed up on
Yes,
information.
that's fine. What did you detain him for?
Uma nimdetaina ke nanimdetainelani?
Sasimdithene le case yase-Alexandra ne-possession of unlicensed firearm.
The Alexandra matter as well as possession of an unlicensed firearm.
And where was the case for possession of firearm registered?
Icala leli ke le possession of unlicensed firearm la fakwa kuphi lona?
Oh, Cleveland.
In Cleveland.
Yes, and the details thereof?
Imininingwane yalo?
Cleveland 96 of 2/2015.
Cleveland 96 of 2/2015.
Yes, what happened thereafter?
Emva kwalokho kwasekwenzekani ke?
What happened to the exhibits?
Ufakazi lobu ke kwenzekani ngabo?
Saqeda late sabe sesiyazibhuka kwi-SAP 13 yakhona Cleveland.
Okay. We finished late. We then booked the exhibits in the Cleveland SAP 13.
Who booked them?
Sibukwa ubani?
Maso.
Masondo.
Did you have anything to do with the booking of the exhibits?
Wena ke ekubhukweni kwama exhibits khona kwakuhlanganisa.
Hey, ngangibhizi ngokunye mina mayibhizi ebhuka zona ibhamu enza nokunye nje kwakukhona.
When he was busy with that, I was busy doing something else.
Yes, did you have anything further to do with the exhibits thereafter?
Khona okunye khona owaba nabo noma kwakuhlanganisa nama exhibits kamuva.
Yeah. Ngoba uthe ngelanga elilandelayo mase esikhiphile isibhamu ku-SAP 13 yase Cleveland. Ngathayipha iletha yokusihambisa eballistic sabe sesisihambisa sobabili sisise ballistic.
The following day, once he had now booked out the firearm from the Cleveland SAP 13, I then typed the request letter, and then both of us took it to the ballistic.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ngoba nocingo masilihambisa eBrixton lapha eWarum. Sasisobabili.
Even when we took the phone to the war room in Brixton, we were together.
Yes, and what happened there, the war room?
Kwenzekani khona ke lapha e-war room?
Umasondo wabhalisa ifomu leli lakhona sabe sesishiya lona ucingo. sadlula sayimoshari sayofuna amanye amazibiti.
Okay. Masondo completed the document or the form there, then he left the phone. We then proceeded to the mortuary to look for other exhibits.
Yes, what happened then at the ballistics?
Khona ke ballistics lapho kwaye kwenzekani?
Sisihambisile khona isibhamu. Base besinikeza isiqephezana esiwubufakazi bokuthi cha isibhamu sifakile khona.
We indeed gave them or left the firearm there. They then gave us a receipt, which is then now proof that indeed they received the firearm.
Just want to show you Exhibit X3.
X3. Okay, London X3. Okay. So,
Do you recognize that exhibit?
we are going to look
Kahle.
very well.
Yes, S. Which one?
Queen.
Incwadi le eyayibhalwe yimi ngayinikeza induna yayisayini. Isiqephezana lesesila esenza imikhophi senamathiselwa la esasithola khona lapha.
This is the letter which I then wrote or drafted, and then it was signed by the head here, and then on top, that is the copy which was then attached here, the receipt, in other words, the proof that we received.
Can you just briefly put those particulars on record?
Okay, uqala ufunde le mininingwane ela. At the top,
Yes, at the top.
lapha phezulu.
Cleveland case ngasengijampile ke la ngafaka ulokhuzana. Kodwa ekulandelayo kuba i96 of 2/2015. Then okulandelayo kuba evidence seal back. It's FS.
The witness is asking me to assist him at FSE.
Oh, FSE. 385083.
Yes.
Cleveland case, the witness indicating that he had jumped here, wanted to write something, but then it's 9602/2015. Then the evidence seal number FSE 385083.
Enye futhi it's PA 600
Then the other one was PA 600
Yes, and the date?
It date
12
12 February.
Yes, and if you can just briefly put the contents of the letter that you wrote, the bottom part of Exhibit X3.
Ufunde lokho wakubhala ke kule letter le.
Application for ballistic and forensic analysis of the firearm as per Cleveland case 96 of 2/2015 and SAP, I think, SAP 13 number 86 ngabhala u96.
Up as the witness's written application for ballistic and forensic analysis, firearm as per Cleveland. The witness then indicates that where it says SAP should have written SAP 13 instead of 96, should have written 86.
Yes.
Forensic back seal number FSE 385083 and lab number 2676/2015.
Chaza ke lapha imininingwane ke yeso ke isikhwama leso esiku FSE 385083 kanye ke nenombolo ke noma inamba yase lab ewu2676/2015.
Ngaqhubeka.
Yebo.
Yes.
one pistol black in color in forensic back seal number FSE 385083, one magazine and 28 round and forensic bag number PA 60017555815. Compared to this lab number, number 2, kindly analyze the exhibit in order to determine whether the ammunition, firearm, and the magazine are in an actual fact able to work, and compare if is there any linkage with the above mentioned items.
Lana ke imininingwane ke ukuthi isibhamu esimnyama ngombala inamba ke yebag leyo ke yobufakazi uFSE 385083, magazine eyodwa enama rounds awu 28, forensic bag number PA 60017555815 awuqhathaniseke nale lab number. Hlaziya ke ubhekeke lama exhibit lana ukuthi ubhekeke ukuthi inhlamvu isibhamu kanye futhi nemagazine ukuthi ziyasebenza yini, ukuthi uqhathaniseke ukuthi khona yini okuhlanganisa nalecala leli noma kulama item ala ngaphezulu. Maqhubeka.
Ballistic examination. Who is the right owner? Firearm as the serial number is filed off, and what is the correct serial number? Whether the firearm is involved in any other cases. Kindly forward the information to Detective Constable Dlamini of Provincial Investigation Unit. This is so Constable.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ballistic noma ke uhlolo kwelaso isibhamu ubhekeke ukuthi ubani umnikazi okuyena nanjengoba ke isusiwe i-serial number, nokuthi futhi yipi ke ekuyiyona i-serial number, nokuthi ke isibhamu lesi ingabe siyambandakanyeka yini kwamanye amacala. Lokho ke kundluliseke noma ke leyo mininingwane noma lelo lwazi ke kuyena uDetective Constable Dlamini wase Provincial Investigation Unit, the witness indicating, my lord, that at the time you were still a constable. Then the head signed.
Now, in paragraph 3, the process that you request there, what is it colloquially known as?
To establish
the correct serial number.
But Eshing.
Thank you, madam. That is all.
Yes.
I don't have any questions.
No questions. Mr. Nisi, no questions.
Yes, it is the court, madam. So, on the very last aspect, you say this letter was written by you, but it was signed by Major Bayat, who's the head of the Provincial Unit Tax Violence.
Yeah. Yes.
Thank you. I will be happy with this letter, don't worry about it. Thank you, sir. What is the purpose of explaining of a right to an accused person or a detainee or a suspect?
Inhloso noma injongo yokuchazela ke umuntu ovale odetainewe umsolwa inhloso noma injongo yokumchazela ngamalungelo akhe.
Ukuthazi ukuthi njengoba umuntu oseboshiwe unamapha amalungelo ikupha kufanele akwenze ikupha angafanele akwenze.
Now that this person is now being detained or is being now arrested, for the person to know what rights does he or he have, and what is it that he's supposed to do and what is it that he is not supposed to do.
Do I understand you well to mean that after you had explained him those rights, he has got a choice, that he has got a right to make a choice after you had explained to him those rights?
Ingabe ngikuzwa kahle yini ukuthi emuva kokuthi senimchazeleke nina lawo malungelo kukuyena ke ukuthi akhetheke manje imuva kuselimchazela.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Now, you are led to the place where the suspect that we're looking for is, and you see him, you pass him a bit in the motor vehicle that you're driving in order to ascertain his identity. Then you are happy that it is him, and then you approach him.
Tike seniholelweke la akhona ke lo muntu nyambona ke nyandlula kancane nje ukwenza isiqiniseko impela nabona ukuthi uyena nase nijika ke.
Yeah.
That's true.
Next to him, you alight the motor vehicle and then you accost him. In fact, you approach him. Then Sergeant Masondo, then you actually stop next to him and then you alight and then you introduce yourself and the purpose for your visitation to him, not so.
Uma senijikileke nami eduze kwakhe ke nase nihlake emotweni nazethula ke kuyena ke nenjongo yokuthi nibe lapho. That's correct.
Then immediately thereafter, or simultaneously, then Sergeant Masondo then informed him that he's being arrested for that Alexander case, and then he explained his rights.
Uthi-ke ngaso sona-ke leso sikhathi wase-ke uMasondo-ke emchazela-ke ukuthi uboshelwa lecala lase-Alexandra kanye futhi wasemchazela nangamalungelo akhe.
Yeah.
Yes.
That is even before you went into the house.
Kwangaphambilini kokuthi ningene endlini.
Yeah.
Yes.
You were still at the gate.
Nisemi khona egate. That's correct.
Then, having explained his rights, if they were explained, what was his choice?
Uma-ke seniwachazile-ke amalungelo akhe, uma kuwukuthi impela namchazela-ke, wasekhetha ukuthini yena? Yini awayikhetha emuva kokuthi senimchazeleke manje useyawazi uma ekhetha yini awayikhetha ukuthi uzokwenzani?
Wathe yena uyawezwa amalungelo akhe.
He said or indicated that he understood his rights.
We have just told this court that when you explain his right, he is entitled to a particular choice. Is that not so?
Ubuqeda uyitshela lenkantolo ukuthi kulawo malungelo akhe ke nanimchazela wona-ke nathi kuwena-ke ungakwenza lokhu naku ongakwenza. Uma nimtshela lokho yini awayikhetha wathi uzokwenzani uma nimtshela?
Hayi azangasho ukuthi uzokwenza. Wathe nje uyawezwa lawo malungelo akhe kwakuphela waseqhubeka thina-ke siyakhuluma sicela umngeke.
He did not indicate any particular choice. He only indicated that he understood his rights, and then we then proceeded and then requested to go in.
Did he say, I hear my rights, or I understand my rights?
Ngabe wathi uyawezwa noma uyawa understand?
Wathe uyasizwa.
He said he understood us, or he heard us.
Exactly. He said, I can hear what you're telling me. Did you tell him that in that which he was hearing, that what you were telling him, did you find out from him if, despite the fact that he could hear what you're telling him, did he understand what you're explaining to him?
Uyanizwa. Ingaba uma ethi ke uyanizwa nase nina niyambuza ukuthi na njengoba usizwa njena ke lokho esikutshela kona ke uya understanda yini?
NgesiZulu mangithi wena uyangizwa uthi wena yebo ngiyakuzwa. Kusho ukuthi sivele lo understanda ukukhuluma ngakho kusho ukuthi vele kukhona.
In isiZulu, when one says I hear what you are saying, the understanding that you are referring to, it is there, which then means that that understanding is there.
Let us not even begin to debate linguistic or the semantic. You are a police officer of 15 years experience, not so.
Asinga bangisaneke noma sikhulumisane ngalo angithi ushila ukuthi leminyaka e15 usemaphoyiseni. That's correct.
Thank you. Now the question is, did he make any choice as per your testimony subsequent to the explanation of his rights.
Ukhona awakhetha ukwenza kuloko nanimtshela khona ukuthi unalelungelo nalelungelo nalelungelo. Ukhona awakhetha.
Cha azange akhethe lutho wathula nje wathi maqedwe ukusho ukuthi uyazwa kwabe seyadlulela empilweni.
He did not make any choice, he just kept quiet. After saying that he heard what you were saying, he just kept quiet.
Did you bring to his attention that he has got a right to remain silent, he has got a right not to say anything, he has got the right to say something in the presence of an attorney?
Ukuthi akathula ngasho lutho uma ngabe khona afuna ukusho akusho lokho uma ngabe khona ummeli wakhe ingabe namtshela yini lokho?
Yebo ngamtshela.
Yes, I told you.
Hayibo Masondo, awukahle. Mr. Dlamini, you just said you explained to him the following rights. I'm going to repeat the rights that you explained to him. Where are those rights here? Yeah. These are the rights that you explained to him. This is what you said to him. You have got the right to remain silent. You have got the right, you have got the legal right. You have got the right to a fair trial. And you have got the right to appear in court within 48 hours. Now tell us at what point did you then say to him, you have got the right to choose and to remain silent. If there is something that you want to say, you can say that in the presence of an attorney. If you're willing, you can continue to talk. But know that everything that you'll be saying before us could be used before court or could be used later on in a subsequent trial in court or whatever. At what stage did you say this?
Can you unconfuse me, please? You said a lot.
I'm going to take it very slow.
Please.
In your evidence in chief, you said to him, you've got the following rights.
Amalungelo owachazile noma owashilo lana ke wena yila alandelayo.
You have got the right to remain silent.
Ukuthi uthule ungasho lutho.
You have got a right to legal representation.
Uzoba nommeli.
You have got the right to a fair trial.
The fair trial.
And you have got the right to appear in court within 48 hours.
Nokuthi ke uvele enkantolo ke isikhathi ke samahora awu 48.
Do you understand?
Uyawezwa.
Ngiyakuzwa.
Yes, I hear you.
Now, you are saying you further explained to him that he has got a, you explained to him that subsequent to the right that you have explained to him, he had the right to make a choice.
Okunye okushoyo ke ukuthi ke phezukwazo ke wasimtshela ukuthi unelungelo lokuthi akhetheke.
Now I am asking you, at what point did you then tell him that he has got a right not to he has got the right not to say anything, such that if there is something that he was going to say, he has also got the right to say that which he wanted to say in the presence of his attorney?
Manje ke okunye okushoyo ukuthi ke usushilo ukuthi angasho lutho. Manje umtshele nini ke uma ukuthi ukhona lokho afisa ukutsho ukuthi angakusho ke ekhona ummeli ukuthi wamtshela ngasiphi isikhathi lokho.
Ngokuqala nje la ngicela silungisa khona. Kwakungasho mina, kwakusho uSergeant Masondo. Ngibona nje ukuthi ngezwe isikhathi engichazela konke.
The first thing that I needed to rectify is that I'm not the one who informed him of his rights. It was Sergeant Masondo. I only heard him informing him of his rights.
Okwesibili, ama right. Mangathiwa ngiyawabala.
Yeah.
Bengibala nje lawo engazi ukuthi abasemqoka. Maningi ama right. Angaphezulu kwaloko engiwabalile.
First, and when I mentioned the rights, I only mentioned those rights which I know that are of importance, but there are a lot of rights.
And wonke lama right ayabalwa ngenxa ukuthi futhi asuke eshiwo kanjalo kushesha angeke ngize ngiphinda leyo nto ekade eyisho ecourt.
And all those rights then get explained But now, because now when the rights gets explained, that is said in a fast pace. Now I cannot repeat all of that in court.
Mr. Zamini, do you hear yourself?
Ngizizwa kahle.
Very well.
We have just told this court in that very lengthy sentence of yours that some of these rights are not important. You could therefore not have explained to them those rights to him because they are not important.
Uthike amanye awo ke lawo malungelo lawo awabalulekile noma awokho awekho semqoka.
Angithi ke angisho ukuthi abalekile. Angithi lawo afike ekuqali kimina engamuzwa ewasho.
Let me then not say that they are important or not important, but let me say those are the first ones that I thought of, that I heard him mentioning.
Thank you. Let's go back to my question. At what point were the rights relating to his choice explained to him?
Mfuthi kwazike mayelana nokuthi akhetheke noma ichoice yakhe ke lelo ke lachazwa ngasiphi isikhathi lelo ukuthi ke usungakhetha ke ukhethe ukuthi
masikhuluma naye sasilindele ukuthi uzophendula kodwa mayithula kwabe sekuba ucaca ukuthi asiqhubeke ke nathi ngoba uthulile akakhulumi lutho.
When we spoke to him, we expected him to respond, but he kept quiet. So when we realized that he kept quiet, then we decided that we then should then proceed because he's not responding to us.
Did it not click into your mind that he did not understand those that which you were explaining to him by him keeping quiet?
Ingabe ke lokho kwanganitsheli yini ukuthi cha ngokuthi athuleke angaphenduli ukuthi lo muntu akakuzwa lokho simtshela kona?
Esevumile wathi uzwile uyasizwa.
After having confirmed that he heard what we were saying.
Understand, not hear.
Sidlala ngamagama la mfethu. Uku-understand akungezwa manje.
Kodwa wathi uyasizwa.
But he said he heard us.
Thank you, Mr. Masondo. Let's not labor this point. Mr. Zamini, let's not labor this point.
Yeah.
You know, Mr. Masondo, when he testified there, earlier on before you, he never told this court that the accused person was offered the opportunity to make a selection of the right that those rights which you explained to him.
Ngaphambi kokuthi wena uzonikezwa ngofakazi lana ke bekukhona ke uSergeant Masondo akakaza ayitshele nje lenkantolo ukuthi walinikwa ke lelo thuba lelo umsolo wakhe ukuthi ayikhethele ukuthi isiphi isinqumo azosithatha.
So you are saying Mr. Masondo, who explained these rights, said that information, actually gave him that choice of choosing the option to choose.
Kodwa ke wena ke uthi Masondo wakwenza lokho ukuthi wamnika ke le option ukuthi akhethe ukuthi uzothini.
Angithi mina ngisho okwenzeka mhlambe yena angazi mhlambe bekufanele ngicacise naye kodwa mina ngisho okwenzeka.
I am mentioning that which happened. I don't know. Maybe we should have asked him to explain, but I'm just saying that which happened.
Thank you. Let me tell you that tactic this court has held for quite a long time. Mr. Masondo, in re-examination by my colleague, he revisited those rights which were allegedly explained at the scene. He did not say the things that which you're saying now. And mind you, he was the explainer of the rights.
Masondo ke yena ke ebelana akayishongo ke lezi noma lama rights owashoyo wena ke kodwa ke wena ke usho ukuthi uyena umuntu owayichaza lamalungelo kodwa yena ke akakushongo ngalendlela okusho ngayo.
Angazi ukuthi wayengawasho.
I don't know as to why didn't he say?
Thank you. It's because you I don't want to say you're lying, but you dishonest to the court, Mr.
Ngizothi ke ngoba ke awukhuluma iqiniso.
Thank you. Let's proceed. You meeting him at the gate. The rights are being explained according to your testimony. Then, Mr. Masondo requested him after the explanation of these putative rights. Then Mr. Masondo requested him to open so that you could go and see where he stays. Not so.
Uthemuva kwakho ke konke lokho wasemcela kuMasondo ukuthi avuleke niyobona la ahlala khona.
Yeah.
Yes.
And in the 8 he opened, you went into the yard and then he pointed the place or the room where he was specifically staying, not so?
Nase wavula ke nase ningena impela ke wakhomba ke umuzi noma ke indawo le yahlala kuyona.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is that what exactly happened as per your testimony?
Yiko lokho okwenzeka ngalendlela oyisho ngayo. Yes.
Mr. Masondo told this court that the accused, the suspect that we're looking for, that's Mr. Nube, was searched at the gate.
Ngokamasondo ke uthi ke umsolo lona ke umuntu lona enanimbheka ngalelo langa ke waseshwa ke egate.
Uqinisile.
He's telling the truth.
So he's telling the truth when he says that the suspect was searched at the gate.
Uyasho ukuthi uqinisile.
Waseshwa yena yebo ngapha ngaphandle.
Yes, he was searched outside.
So when the search was conducted, you were there physically there.
Ukhona nawe futhi ngathi eseshwa ngaphandle.
Yebo.
Yes.
Angithi masisebenza kufanele mayemsesha mina ngibe igadi ngibambe ngibheke ukuthi akasitidisi.
When he's busy with him or searching him, I need to keep guard and see whether is he not causing us any trouble.
So it is just by mistake that you omitted to mention it in your evidence in chief that the suspect was also searched.
Kube yiphutha kuwena ukuthi ungakusho ukuthi impela waseshwa ngaphandle.
Hayi kungaba yiphutha.
Indeed, it could have been a mistake.
Thank you, Mr. Masondo. Mr. Dlamini.
Njengoba nawe ngibiza ngoMasondo kudlamini.
A very good point, sir. A mistake. We were talking about a mistake earlier.
Mr. Dlamini, Mr. Masondo was the lead investigating officer in the case that you're investigating, not so?
Kule cala enani liphenya umseshi ke owaye uyena ke wayehola noma wayeinhloko ke kwakuyena uSergeant Masondo. Yes.
Thank you. I've got no further questions to you.
Any questions?
Cross-examination to this witness, thank you.
Ms. Mshola?
No questions, my lord.
Any re-examination?
No, thank you, my lord.
Yeah, just one aspect. You say the suspect was detained where at Jameson police station.
Uthi namdetaina eJemison.
Yeah.
Yes, my lord.
You physically detain him. In other words, did you book him in?
Inina noma inina enambuka in khona lapha eJemison.
Yeah, kodwa owayembhalela amalungelo akhe uMasondo.
Yes, but the one who was writing his rights down was Masondo.
You mean the Section 35 rights?
Section 35.
It's a four-page document, pink, green, white, and yellow.
Okay.
3, my lord.
Three, yeah. And there, an accused person in South Africa, at least, when he's detained, he's given that form which encapsulates all his rights, not which the author of that document believes are important.
Uma umuntu edetainwa ke noma umsolo ke la eSouth Africa ke unikwa ke leyo form enawo onke lawo ma rights hayi la lona obhalayo ocabanga ukuthi yiwona asemqoqo kodwa unikwa iform enawo onke lawo malungelo lawo.
Yebo, ikhasi lokuqala lakhe.
Yes, my lord. The first page is his.
Elesibili lingena edokodweni.
The second one is for the docket.
Elesithathu lisala khona la encwadini for ukuthi kwazi ukuthi incwadi isebenze kuphi.
And then the third one, my lord, remains in the book, so it is known as to where the book was used.
There's an interpreter also normally.
Uvamise ukuthi akube khona ke notolika.
Ma uqeda ma ulibhala uyamfundela wona amalungelo akhe njengoba ebhaliwe la phansi.
My lord, as you write, you read the rights to him as they are noted or written down.
Did you read them or did Masondo read them?
Kwakuwena noma kwakumasondo?
umasondo
Masondo.
And did you sign as a witness?
Nanjengofakazi ngaba wena wasayinda yini?
kunjalo.
That's
And
correct.
he also signed the accused or the detained person at a stage.
Umuntu lona ke umsolo wakhe naye wasayinda?
Iyabasana.
Yes my lord.
Yeah, we used to call them the judge's rules. 1941. It's an AD case where these rights were explained, but subsequently, of course, the Constitution came in. Any questions arising, Mr. Rapeles?
None, my lord.
None?
None.
You mean next? Okay.
It's represented, so
I see.
yes.
Mr. Munisi?
Is it please the court, my lord? Say, you saying at the scene where Mr. Kuru was accosted by yourself and Mr. Masondo and the other colleague, there's a book, you had a book which was in triplicate and then you read his right from that book?
Not at the scene, Mr. Munisi.
Wow.
A police station.
Or at a police station? Oh, okay, no, it's fine. No, I was referring to rights at the scene, not at the police station. Okay, thank you, man.
Yes. Mr. Numan?
Thank you, my lord. I have no questions.
And
Thank you.
No question, my lord.
Okay. Go, thank you.
We then agenda till tomorrow.
Oh, that's all. Okay.
So, my lord, the accused number 3's hand is up before we adjourn.
Had his hand up. Oh, I see.
Yes.
You say your client has got his hand up.
Thank you, my lord. We may take a short adjournment up until tomorrow, my lord.
No comment.